Ladies and gentlemen, lend me your ears and your eyes. Diva Divine Light, live from Brooklyn, New York.
Know the lane for what you saying, yo. Silly with my 9 million with the dilly, yo. When I be on the mic, yes, I do my duty, yo. While I'm in the club, every while in the studio. You don't wanna vibe, nigga, really and truly, yo. My main thug, nigga named Moody, yo. He moody, yo. Like a nigga that'll slap me with the toolie, yo. Bitch, nigga scared to death, act fruity, yo. Fuck that, nigga, shorty, she a little cutie, yo. The way you shake it, nigga, wanna get all in the booty, yo. With no delaying for what you saying, yo.
Diva Divine Light.
Really my heart to me. Fuck me, see what you got for me. Put more than hands with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you really my heart to me. Fuck me, see what you got for me. Put more than hands with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you.
You're watching Diva, the Divine Light. A fun-loving, caring, passionate person who talks about sex, celebrity, and real-life issues, and even abuse. So hit that like button and make sure you share the show.
Really my heart to me. Fuck me, see what you got for me. Put more than hands with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you really my heart to me. Fuck me, see what you got for me. Put more than hands with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you really my heart to me. Fuck me, see what you got for me. Put more than hands with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you really my heart to me. Fuck me, see what you got for me. Put more than hands with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you.
Here comes the pitch, and it comes in wide. On the combo.
Yo, 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 yo. Microphone check 1 2 1 2. Can everybody out there hear me? Do I sound loud and clear? Do I sound like I'm far away? I want to try my best not to yell. You guys know I'm always yelling. Truth, type in the chat, mama. Let me see if you got blue again. Okay, baby. All right. Cheers, Cherie. What's up, lovely ladies? Just a tea, please. What's up, mama love? Shorty, Mama Rogers. What's up, lady? God bless you. How are you, sweetheart? Hey, Bev. What's up? Tran. What's up, Tran? I'm going to call you right. T19. T19. What's up, T? Candy. What's up, beautiful? First one in the building. What's up, my love? Well, y'all know there be a lot of shenanigans going on in the streets. Lord of mercy. Lord of mercy. Hey, Mertice. What's up, baby? Hi, Vanetta. What's up, chula? What's up, my beautiful ladies? What's up? Yeah, well, we're going to go over some shit today. I'm going to try my best to, Lord, just go through it, you know. It's such a mess. You know, Levi is a drama queen. I can't take his ass no more. He's a fucking drama queen. I'm so over it already. I'm like, wow. Can't. But I got my spliff here. I'm ready to smoke. Hey, Shirley. What's up, lady? What's up, Jacqueline? Jacqueline. What's up, my girl? What's up, baby? Hey, Shirley. What's up, baby? Long time no see. Long time no see. You back now, baby? You back now? Okay, babe. A lot of you guys have been missing in action. I'm glad everybody's doing good. Oh, good to see you too, Mama Rogers. God bless you, sweetheart, as always. Oh, you're still at work. All right, baby. All right. Well, shout out to the whole team. We know, baby. No. Right, because it's like, what time were you at? What is it, like 11 o'clock at night? Hey, Mom. What's up, baby? Okay, so as we all know, it's crazy out here. Levi's still screaming about these goddamn text messages like they're really going to free R. Kelly. I'm telling you, listen, Bonjean is going to present that at the appeal. She's going to say that there was no coercion, that the mother coerced the daughter to go to California, that it wasn't R. Kelly. But in reality, it was R. Kelly because R. Kelly is the one who invited her to go. She got the permission from her mom to go. So who's the one that did the enticement? It was R. Kelly. And then slept in the same room with her and all that. Like, what? Come on now. And then gave her herpes. And then said to her, your pussy's broken. What? Did we forget that, Levi? All right, well, whatever. Mm-hmm. Oh, it's 10? All right, it's 10 over there. You know, so I don't know. These people need to stop their bullshit already. I can't. Lord of mercy. And you know, R. Kelly's sister, Teresa, she's only 5 years older than him. So when he was 7, she was 12. Right? Am I right? So when he was molested by his sister, she was a 12-year-old little girl. I thought she was like 16, 17 or something like that. Right? Right. Uh-huh. Okay. Just making sure because I don't know. When I did my math and I look back at dates and years and things of this nature in his mitigation report, and I also found his sister's real name. And it's in the mitigation report. But you can't find any information on this woman. None. You know, I don't know. I still I have my doubts about things. Hey, T-Bam, what's up, my lovely lady? Hi, baby. That's exactly what you thought too. Me too. Like, I can't. Oh. Mm-hmm. So, I was over at Levi's last night, and I was just so, I mean, like, I've been catching replays and shit. So last night I was actually up and he was doing his live. And I got a chance to jump in and, you know, he tried to ask me questions about the father. And like I said, you know, at the end of the day, those are bad parents. They fucked up. You know, they put their daughter in a predicament that they know she should never had been. She should never had been with R. Kelly. Now, the thing is, too, is that they didn't know that R. Kelly was abusive. You see, so in a way, you know, it's kind of weird because the parents didn't know that R. Kelly was abusive, but they knew that he liked little girls. But they came up with the excuse of, well, he was acquitted, so we didn't really think he liked little girls. You know, and then they figured they lie about their daughter's age because she was young. She wasn't 18. She shouldn't have been at that concert. And then they had her, the mother was trying to keep her age a secret. And then finally she told R. Kelly the truth. Even though we know that Cheryl Mack already told R. Kelly her age. Was it Cheryl Mack or Diana Copeland? I don't remember. Or Suzette. One of those girls. One of those ladies, shall I say. I think it was Cheryl Mack, who had mentioned it to R. Kelly that she was only 17. And he still asked to book her flight and send her over and all that. So I'm confused. Like, I don't know what these people are talking about. They just make up stories as they go. And whatever they listen to, they try to spin it. They don't ever tell the truth. They never tell the truth. They never tell the truth. Never. So, if they didn't think he liked younger girls, why lie? They are crooks. Right. They just wanted monetary gain, bro. They really, truly did. They were going to use their daughter, use R. Kelly to get whatever they needed to make their dreams come true for their daughter and for themselves. They weren't only looking out for their daughter, they were looking out for themselves. It was about their daughter being rich and about them being rich. It wasn't just about their daughter shining. They were using their daughter. Bad parents. The fuck? They were like those dance moms, you know, crazy and got to do everything for their child because they want money. Those parents just want money off their child. They want their child to be rich and famous and them too. And then take credit like I built her. I did this for her and I did that for her and I'm her manager and I take control of all her money and this, that, and the third. Like, what are we talking about here, guys? What? I just say I'm glad. You know, I always wanted to be a dancer, a choreographer. I wanted to be a singer. And I'm glad I never got into this business. There was a reason why my mom never put me in there. God did what he did for a reason. So, like I said, those parents are horrible at the end of the day. Right, using her for a come up. Using her for a come up. That's crazy. A lot of these stage parents are like that. They're just using their child for a come up, man. And then when their child throws them aside, now they want to sue them and all this crazy shit. What? Come on. Come on. You know? It's too much. It's too much. It's too much. I agree those parents are shit along with other parents that were involved. And like I said, you know, some of these parents didn't know that R. Kelly was actually physically abusing these girls because they didn't say anything. Now, in all honesty, why do you think the parents sent her back? She didn't speak about anything about any abuse. She didn't speak about how he was taking advantage of her or anything like that. She just let the parents speak and she was going through shit and not telling them nothing. And then when they found out that she was being abused, now they're jumping on a wagon with the savages and making up stories behind it just to make their story look good so that they don't look like fucking bad parents. Hey, steady grinding. What's up, puppy? Like, what the hell? Hey, Lesme. What's up, chula? Hey, daughter of the Most High, what's up, lady? You know, so I've been kind of confused with all this shit. And then now, Bruce Willis is trying to go see his brother. He said that he can go see his brother regardless of the fact that he's a ex-felon, because he doesn't have any what is that called, supervision, any probation or anything like that. So he's like clear and free, totally free. And yeah, I researched it, and yes, he can go visit. He can go visit. He can. He sure can. Oh, did my phone just die? Did my tablet just die? My tablet just died, guys. So now I could only see certain comments. Sometimes not all the comments come out in the freaking StreamYard here. So, hey, Truth Strong Warrior, what's up, baby? So, we know what it is already. But at the end of the day, R. Kelly was convicted of the charges he was convicted for. All this other hearsay shit is just that. Hearsay, rumors, people talking shit, a whole bunch of mumbo jumbo, stories mixed up, stories added, stories made up. Like everything is a cover up, a setup, a frame up, a this, a that, or like, yeah, they set her up. They just didn't know she was going to be abused because nobody knew R. Kelly was abusive. Nobody knew R. Kelly was beating these girls. Nobody knew that R. Kelly was abusive. Nobody. That's like when R. Kelly had kids and got married. Nobody knew about it until he got arrested. And he already had been married to her for years. And had 3 kids. What? That's like, the stupid thing where they say that Aaliyah and R. Kelly got married for publicity. Well, riddle me this. If it was publicity, why wasn't it made public? Why was it hidden? Why was it a secret? Because when it's a publicity stunt, these people come out in the open and say, hey, look, we got married. Hee. We love each other so. Yes, we got married. They don't hide it. That's not a publicity stunt. What the fuck? Go look up the word publicity stunt, please. Please look it up, because y'all motherfuckers don't know the fucking meaning of the word. I cannot. Right, daughter of the Most High. We found out when he was on his 3rd baby. On his 3rd baby. That she was about to give birth. That baby was born the day he got locked up. Okay? So, Lord have mercy. I don't even know where to start, guys. All right, I'm going to give you guys a choice. I was thinking about going into the pre-trial conference first. All right. Go into there and see what was said about text messages. Okay. And then I was thinking about going into the trial transcripts to see where they talk about text messages and review what was said at trial. Then I also have the government's response to Bonjean's brief. So this is the government's brief, where in part 2, they speak about the text messages and the parents, right? Then I wanted to go over R. Kelly's mitigation and PSI report, his pre-sentencing report. Okay, and talk about the stuff with Aaliyah. Now, I wanted to do that originally, talk about the stuff with Aaliyah, but then I had got distracted with the other bullshit that happened, that Dana called me out and all that bullshit, and I got on fire, and I ain't never gonna let that happen again. Like, really, that shit was just dumb and a waste of my time. Um, yes, he did. Hey, Take, what's up, Chula? Long time no see, my love. So I wanted to go over those things. So uh let me know what you guys do. You guys agree with me starting off with the pre-trial, the trial, or maybe I should, because the trial is a lot longer. That's 4,000 pages, and I did mark quite a few pages in there. So should I just start off with the pre-trial, talking about the text messages? I missed you too. Take. Wow. Daughter of the Most High, really? Well, we all found out in 2002 when he got locked up the first time, because they announced that shit, and I was like, he got married. What the? When did he get married? Wait, he had 2 kids, and one's on the way. Wait a minute, slow down. I was like, where the fuck did this happen? All right, my love. Oh, have fun, my dear. Have fun, the truth. Win that money, girl. Good luck, baby. Good luck. Oh, wow. So you didn't find out about it until she came out. So you didn't find out about it until she came out talking about her abuse with R. Kelly in like 2000 and I think she came out in 2007, 8, 9, 9, I think 2009. That's when I think she spoke about her divorce with R. Kelly. 2009, 2010, something like that. 13. Oh, I think it was between 2009 and 2013 is when Drea spoke up about being in an abusive relationship. And I didn't hear about that until recently when the trials came up, that she was on Surviving R. Kelly, 2019. I didn't hear about that stuff back then, but later on, I went back and watched interviews of her in the past, and yeah, she spoke about it way before. That's because R. Kelly was very private. Like I said, he didn't do that publicity stunt. Okay, because if it was a publicity stunt, it would have came out to the public. Instead, it was secret. And journalists wound up finding out by rumor, hearsay, and investigated it, and then brought it out to the world. So, how was this a publicity stunt again? Yeah, Tweedledee, Tweedledum, riddle me this, riddle me that. Kaleidoscope. So, what should we do here? Let's see. All right. Now, I don't know how sharing my screen is going to go today, because there's been times where it's been a few times as of late. See, your browser has blocked your screen. Click the screen icon. Yeah, I just want to allow that. What? It's telling me something about the browser blocked my screen. What? Okay, hold on, guys. This is crazy. Okay, let's see if I can do it. All right. Okay. All right. Now, can you guys see the screen? Okay, I'm just trying to make sure to see if you guys can see it. Put it this way. Oh no, wait. I'm sorry, guys. Maybe I'll put it this way. Or oh wait. Okay, for some reason it's being weird. Okay, so you guys can see it here. Okay, you gave me a thumbs up. Yes, he does, Mertice, all the time. That's what he do. He's the author of confusion. Sorry about that, guys. I'm smoking behind the scene. All right, so what what we have here on my screen is the pretrial conference hearing that went on August 3rd of 2021. So this was a couple of weeks before his trial started. And in here, the judge is speaking. Okay. Judge Donnelly is speaking. And she talks about here how all right, wait, let me all right, I'll go through that in a second. Okay. So here she says, Judge Donnelly starts to say, the next category of evidence, right? So now she's going to speak about evidence. So the next category of evidence, I want to make a general observation about these applications to put in witnesses' text messages. Okay? She says they may become relevant if the witness is challenged with she said, is accused of a prior inconsistent statement. So to put in witnesses' text messages, they may become relevant if the witness is challenged or the witness is accused of a prior inconsistent statement. So if they ask the witness a question, do you remember what you said on December 3rd at 2:44 a.m. to your father? No, I don't remember. Okay, well, let me recollect your your memory. Let me can I present evidence 244B? Okay, yeah. And what is that? This here is a text message that you sent to your father on August 23rd, 2023 at 2:45 p.m. Remember that? You said that? Yeah, okay. Here, can you please read that without mentioning the name of the person and just read what it says there? That's what the purpose of the text messages were for. Okay? Okay. All right. So, that's what she said within that statement, right? Okay. So then she says, some of them seem to fall under that ancient Hillman case from the Supreme Court from, well, let's say from a long time ago, that seemed to talk about her declarations of future intent. Thank you, Purple Purple. That she's going to a concert, that she's going to Chicago, that she's staying in a particular hotel. Those are sort of classic declarations of future intent that are admissible. So the text messages have to deal with inconsistent statements and corroborating evidence and stating, do you remember what you said here and there and there and this and that and the third? And also to show that, yes, she went to this concert. And yes, she was going to Chicago. And yes, that she was staying at particular hotels. So this is the information that Miss Donnelly wanted. She didn't want all that other bullshit that Levi is trying to talk about, because that just ain't got nothing to do with nothing. Right. Then she says, those are sort of classic declarations of future intent that are admissible, and they are non-hearsay. So therefore, those text messages are not hearsay. Certain evidence that is to corroborate that she went to the concert over here, that she went to the Chicago over here, and that she stayed in this hotel over here. These are all classical declarations of future intent that are admissible. Can you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth, Levi? Levi! Okay. He's definitely a narc. It's about supply and demand, girl. But yeah, that's all I have. I had $100. Now I'm done. All I got is $21, $22, whatever's there. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. The husband's next to me. Okay, so babe, I need the ashtray. So then she says, the text recounting things that happened on the other hand, and things that she did are not declarations of future intent. So the text messages are only admissible for the fact to recounting things that happened. Okay? Please understand this. Por favor, Coco Pelao. Now that you know that I call you Coco Pelao, you are Coco Pelao. You a coconut. Okay? Coco Pelao. All right, coconut head. You hear me? I just gotta laugh because Okay, these people are nuts. I don't know what they follow. I don't understand what they understand. I just don't get what they don't get. That shit is crazy. I don't. Yeah, blockhead. Then Judge Donnelly continues to say that they don't seem to me to be, they are not excited utterances like you do, Levi. Listen, Angie was talking about this today with your fucking excited utterances, because that's what you do. Okay, hearsay. Excited utterance. What you concoct in your brain and not what's on fact. Like, whatever. Ooh, child. So, as she says, they don't seem to me to be, they are not excited utterances. So these text messages are not excited utterances. They are not hearsay. They are not present sense impressions. So those are not admissible. So those other text messages that they were trying to bring in with the parents, the mother, talking about this, talking about that, that's utterance. Excited utterance. Hearsay, bullshit, crap. Just things that pop up into their brain. It's not a fact of a matter that's corroborating anything. So they are not present sense impressions. So those are not admissible unless she's challenged about, or if she has a failure of memory, and they are still not admissible. But she can surely have her recollection refreshed with them, or if she's challenged that she's making the whole thing up, they may come in that regard. You hear that, Levi? So if the girl is making up anything and she's lying about something, then therefore they can bring out these text messages, certain ones, and say, but look, you said this and you said that. Why you lie? Can you recollect this? Do you remember once upon a time back in 1993? Then she says, Judge Donnelly says, so I think this is all to say that this is premature. So I think we will wait to see what happens. The same thing can be said about these employees. Remember, the employees had text messages as well, right? Right? Those employees had text messages between them as well. She said the same thing can be said about these employees' messages. Are the employees testifying? And Ms. Geddes, the prosecutor, said yes. And then Ms. Donnelly, the judge, the court, says, again, they may be, if the witnesses are challenged, that this is a recent fabrication. They may very well be admissible in that regard. And so the employees' text messages, again, we'll have to see what happens at the trial. So the only reason why they would bring up the text messages is just to refresh people's recollections. Okay? Can we understand that? Am I reading this right? Angie, are you in the chat? Are you anybody of legal mind? Please. I mean, Am I, guys? I know we're not lawyers, but am I reading this right? Do you guys understand what I'm reading? Am I explaining this the right way? Right, daughter of the Most High. He really thought he was. But it backfired on him. It sure did. Yes. Oh, Trey. So, Trey, you understand me, right? Okay. I'm glad I explained that right. I explained that right? All right. I just want to make sure I explained that right and y'all understand the words that are coming out of my mouth. Because I know we smart over here. I don't know about all these other people. They just, you know, we're going by the law. We're going by the book. We're going by what was presented, what was evidence, what was, at trial, the witnesses and things of this nature. We're not going off of YouTube bullshit or things that really don't pertain to the case, the facts of the matter, the elements of the case, his charges. They're going around all this other shit. It's crazy. Right, they did. I'm reading this right now, True Strong. I'm on this right now. That's what we're reading right now. The pre-trial services. The pre-trial conference is what I'm reading right now. And I'm going through every portion where it spoke about text messages. So next she says, there are text messages from Mr. Kelly, which are, I believe there are. Is that correct, Ms. Geddes? The prosecutor said, yes, Your Honor. I'm sorry. So there are even text messages from R. Kelly going back and forth with whomever. Why didn't his defense team use his own messages to defend him? Can you answer that, Levi? Why didn't his defense team use his own text messages to protect him if he's innocent? This is what I want to know. Help me understand this. Okay? Yeah, what? Let me see. Does this need to be blown up a little bit bigger? Let me. Oh, no, it's making me go down. Why is it making me go down? Okay, that's about as big as I can get it right now. Whatever. Right. T-Bam, like what? There's text messages that even the government could have used those text messages if R. Kelly was going to testify. They could have used those messages against him. To say, well, Mr. Kelly, do you remember on December 23rd, 2015, when Azriel was 17 years old, you text her at 4 a.m. and said, hey, babe, can you send me a sexy picture with your legs open so I can see that P-U-S-S-Y? I wonder why they didn't use any of R. Kelly's messages. Interesting. Angie, if you can answer this question, babe, let me know. Why didn't they use R. Kelly's text messages against him or for him? I would love to know why. I don't get it, but let's try to understand. And my thing is, like I said according to the judge, is that it has to be with recollecting things. So we have to use the text messages to make people remember certain times and things of that nature. So what are we talking about here, right? Oh, wow. T-Bam, they might use it in his appeals. I don't know. Because usually in appeals, you don't represent new evidence. That's usually when you're doing I think that's for a habeas corpus file, I believe, is when you want to present new evidence and shit like that. I believe that's what it is. I'm not even sure. I can't remember everything, but I think it's a habeas corpus situation if they want to present new evidence and shit like that. I believe that's what it is. Don't quote me, but I think so. Yes, it's already in the evidence. It is. As Ms. Getty said, yes, Your Honor, because she asked, are there text messages from Mr. Kelly? And Ms. Getty's, the prosecutor, said, yes, there are. So now let's continue where she says, now the judge says, okay, you are not challenging those, are you, Mr. Farinella? Mr. Kelly's text messages? I mean, they are statements of a party opponent. Boom! What the fuck she said right there? What she said right there? Well, Mr. Farinella, you're not challenging that, are you? Okay. We're talking about Mr. Kelly's text messages? Yeah, I mean, they are statements of a party's opponent. I mean, so are you going to use them, not use them? What are we doing here? So now Mr. Farinella says, I mean, to the extent they've been established as his text messages, they speak for themselves, Your Honor. Guys, you don't know. Y'all don't know. Diva's been working behind the scenes. Man, listen, a gangster do what a gangster gotta do. Okay, so let me just be silent. So anyway, can't wait for my surprise. So, let's see what happens when I get that package. Rubbing my hands together. Y'all gonna be so proud of your diva. You guys are gonna be happy. You guys are gonna be like, Diva, yes, bitch, yes. Hey, Miss T. What's up, lady? I haven't seen you in forever, mamita. How you doing? I see you you getting big over there on your channel, my love. Congratulations. Every time I catch you, I'm watching a replay, damn it. I ain't watching you live. I always miss you live because you go really early at times. I'm very proud of you, sis. Keep it going, baby. Keep it going. With your little U-Hauls and shit. I see you looking all fly, girl. Yeah. So now, as we see, um, he said, okay, okay. Now the judge says, okay, I'm just making sure. I mean, is that going to be a challenge? One thing, just sort of as a general matter, if you can resolve things without the need to call phone company representatives, if you're challenging whether they really are his messages, by all means, go ahead. So if they wanted, they could have challenged the government and been like, that's not his text messages. That's a lie. But as she continues to say, she says, but as exciting it is, she says, but as exciting it is to hear a witness testify about from the phone company, I think our lives will be complete if we don't have that. So she's like, the judge is like, listen, we could have experts challenge the text messages, but do we really have to do that? Because then they're going to have to break down how the message was made, where the ping came from, all this crap. She's like, we don't really need that, do we? She just wants to hurry up. So then she says, so if you can work out those kinds of things, I think it's better for everybody. All right. So that's really what I have to say about all those text messages. That it is just early to say. I'd like the next category of evidence has to do with what's been termed an electronic note that Jane Doe number 5 wrote in 2018 that appears to be a list of rules. I'm just going to ask the government to remind me of what the circumstances under which that note was created. So now she's talking about the list that Azriel had wrote saying that she had to do this for daddy and be that for daddy and all this stuff, right? So then Ms. Geddes says, well, the government executed a search warrant at the defendant's residence, and there are cell phones were found that had been used by Jane Doe number 5. And on that cell phone was that electronic note in like the notes section on an iPhone. So then the judge is like, okay, is it your position that was in the nature of a reminder to herself about what rules were? And Ms. Geddes says, based on statements made by the defendant. So the judge says, okay, now I'm not sure I understand. So there's a search warrant that's conducted at the defendant's apartment, correct so far? Ms. Geddes says yes. And then the judge says, there is a cell phone that was used by Jane Doe number 5, also correct. And Ms. Geddes says yes. Then the judge says, and in the cell phone, it's not a text message to anybody. It's in the notes section where she has a list of rules, correct? Ms. Geddes said yes. And then Ms. Donnelly says, does it have a title? She said no. She said, okay, and the government's position is that this is something that she was told that she made notes about? And then Ms. Geddes says that's correct. So Donnelly says, presumably, I can't even say that right. Presumably, she would testify to this as well. And Ms. Geddes says, yes, she will. The judge said, so with that context, what is your position on it? Now, Mr. Farinella, who is R. Kelly's defense lawyer, hey, puzzle pieces, what's up, mama? Says, well, given the way notes are created, it's unknown if she actually created the notes. It's on her phone, obviously. What? Mr. Farinella, really? So the judge says, I guess you could ask her. I mean, if she testifies, I made this list, it's being offered to prove that the list was made, not for the truth of the matter asserted. So do I have that right? Ms. Getty said yes. Now the court says, so I don't see it as hearsay. I mean, obviously, if she didn't write it, then that's the end of the inquiry. But if she says she wrote it and what the reason was, it's really not hearsay. It's evidence of the fact that it was made. So with that understanding, that's admissible. Thank you for the super chat, mama. So the next thing I feel like you all can agree on this. The question about the dates of various concerts in 1994. Can't you come to some kind of stipulation about that? She said, I know this is the question about the newspaper reporting that concerts took place on particular dates and particular locations. I don't see that especially controversial. Do you have a problem with that? And Mr. Kanik, who's R. Kelly's defense lawyer, says, Your Honor, there is a list. There is an archive of Mr. Kelly's concert dates. So I think we can go over those with the government and make sure that we're in agreement with actually what's listed on the archives. So the judge says, I think that makes sense. See if you can do that, and then you can probably just stipulate rather than put in these old newspaper articles. But okay. That I think covers what the government was requesting in terms of these other acts. So we know, other acts, the bad acts, right? Okay. Okay. Okay, let me go. Okay, so here they talk about okay, wait. I think I went. Sorry guys, I'm trying to find 17 weeks. All right, so here she talks about other text messages. The next has to do with conduct in 2018 and 2019 regarding Jane Doe number 6, that the defendant and his associates used threatening tactics in order to get Jane Doe number 6 to stop speaking publicly about Mr. Kelly and to drop a lawsuit. These tactics include threats in text and in text messages, in person, and on Facebook to release compromising photographs of Jane Doe number 6. Okay. So that was another set of text messages that were admissible, right? Oh, I can't. Okay, I think that was it. That's it about text messages. Right. Okay, yeah. All right. So that was the end of that as far as text messages go that were ruled in on the pre-trial conference, which was 2 weeks before R. Kelly's Eastern District of New York trial. This is okay. What's that? All right, now I'm gonna go over this real quick too. This here, I didn't get a chance to finish with you guys reading the government's brief to the appeal, right? Their response to Bonjean's brief. So they made their own brief, 147 pages long. And we made it up to page 59. So in here, we left it at point 2. Now, in this part, it speaks about Racketeering Acts 8A and 8B, and those are related to Azriel's charges. Okay. So, point 2 says that the government adduced sufficient evidence to support the jury's verdict as to the remaining counts. So the discussion is that counts 6 and 8 and Racketeering Acts 8A, 12A, and 14A, which is transport with intent to engage in illegal sexual activity. And now the government states that there was overwhelming evidence that Kelly transported Jane and Faith with the intent of exposing them to herpes in violation of 18 U.S.C. 2421A as charged in Racketeering Act 8A, charging an underlying violation of Section 102290 as to Jane, and Racketeering Acts 12A and 14A and counts 6 and 8, charging underlying violations of Section 2307 and New York Penal Law 120.20. As to Faith, now, as the direct court correctly instructed the jury to establish the necessary intent for violation of Section 2421A, the government must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that a significant or motivating purpose of the travel across a state line was that the defendant would engage in illegal sexual activity with the victim. In other words, that illegal activity can't have been merely incidental to the trip. So Kelly does not challenge the jury instruction on appeal, but argues that the illegal nature of the sexual activity, though not the sexual activity itself, was incidental to the trips. In other words, that R. Kelly, he intended to have unprotected sex with Jane and Faith, but did not intend to expose them to the herpes. You see how that works? So they were trying to prove the intent, right? His intent was to go over there and have unprotected sex. But he didn't let them know that he had herpes, and he knew he was infected with herpes. That's a problem. So he broke the law. Now, however, the plain text of Section 2421A, which prohibits the knowing transport of any individual, doesn't matter if she's an adult or she's a minor, with intent that such individual engage in any sexual activity for which any person can be charged with the criminal offense, required the jury to determine, as it did, that the defendant transported Jane and Faith with the intent of engaging in sexual activity with them, and that the intended sexual activity was illegal. And the reason why it was illegal, guys, was because he knew he had herpes and still went over there, had sex with them, unprotected sex, and didn't mention anything about him having herpes. That's his crime. It's not for actually giving it to them. It's for transporting them to have sex and knowing that he had herpes. So his intent was to have sex without protection. And he did not disclose his disease. Period. That's it. That's all. Simple. I don't understand why people don't get that either. What? So then he says, with the intent that such individual engage in any sexual activity for which any person can be charged with a criminal offense, required the jury to determine, as it did, that the defendant transported Jane and Faith with the intent of engaging in sexual activity with them, and that the intended sexual activity was illegal. Now, 18 U.S.C. 2241C, which prohibits crossing a state line with intent to engage in a sexual act with the person who has not attained the age of 12 years. Proof of two elements must be met: crossing a state line with the intent to engage in a sexual act with the person, and second, the person must not have attained the age of 12. And Jane was 17. So she's the minor in that situation. So they proved the both elements. Okay? Illegal sexual activity with a minor and illegal sexual activity with intent to give somebody a disease. So one of Kelly's motivating purposes in transporting Jane to California, okay? One of Kelly's motivating purposes in transporting Jane to California was to engage in unprotected sex in his usual manner. without first informing her that he had contracted herpes and obtaining her consent to sexual intercourse in those circumstances. Now, Kelly's argument on appeal that the jury's verdict in this case was based on travel plus a violation of a state law that resulted after the fact simply ignores the factual record in this case. So, medical records and testimony established that Kelly had contracted genital herpes at some point before March of 2007. And Kelly knew of this diagnosis and that he should inform his sexual partners that he had herpes and to use a condom during intercourse. But failure to do so made his unprotected sex a state crime, and his travel with intent to commit that crime was itself a federal crime. Now, there was also overwhelming evidence showing that Kelly's motivating purpose in spending time with Jane was to engage in sexual activity with her. The relationship began as a sexual relationship when Kelly told Jane she could not audition for him unless he ejaculated, and therefore arranged and paid for Jane to travel to see him on tour for sex. He wanted to teach Jane a few musical techniques. However, he needed to ejaculate again before doing anything. So each of the following trips and encounters involved sex. In the summer of 2015, Jane and Kelly had sex almost every day. Jane and Kelly had sex almost every day. Kelly did not use a condom and never told Jane that he had previously been diagnosed with herpes. The juror could reasonably conclude that one of Kelly's motivating reasons for arranging for Jane to travel to see him in California in April and May of 2015 was to have sexual intercourse with Jane in the manner he always did with Jane and his other sexual partners who testified at trial, without a condom and without first informing her that he had contracted herpes. Now, the same is true for Faith. Faith testified that after meeting Kelly, he arranged for her to travel to see him on various occasions to engage in sexual activities. On one trip to see Kelly in California, when Faith told Kelly she was on her period, Kelly asked her, "Well, why did you come?" At no point did Kelly tell Faith that he had herpes or wear a condom, including during sexual intercourse. A reasonable jury could certainly have concluded that a motivating purpose of having Faith travel to see him was to have sexual intercourse with her in the manner he always did, without a condom and without first informing her that he had herpes. Now, let me get something to drink. Give me a second. Yeah, but put that away, babe. Don't cook all that shit. You're making it harder for you. Sorry about that, guys. All right. Oh, I didn't even realize I had. All right, I'm taking the water. Now, in counts 7 and 9 and racketeering acts 8B, 12B, and 14B, which is persuasion, inducement, enticement, coercion. Okay? Now, this is the part where everybody on YouTube is in an uproar about because of this racketeering act 8B. Okay? Now, 8B has to deal with the text messages, okay? Right? This is where it talks about the mom, and it was the mom who coerced the daughter, who enticed the daughter, who induced the daughter, who persuaded the daughter. Right? Right? Okay. So give me 1 second. All right. So does everybody know what persuasion means? Does anybody know what persuasion means? Oh, give me 1 second, guys.
You are watching Diva Divine Light.
You can fuck with me if these is red bottoms, these is bloody shoes. Hit the scoop, I can get them both. I don't want tools, and I'm quick. Cut every nigga off, so don't get comfortable. Look, I don't dance now, I make money move. Now I gotta dance, I make money move. If I see you now, that means I don't fuck with you. I'm a boss, you a worker, bitch. I make bloody move. Now she say, gon' do what or who? Let's find out and see. Cardi B, you know where I'm at, you know where I be. Just a party, I'm there, I can play. I be in and out the bank so much, I know they tired of me. Honest.
Oh, darn it. I missed that phone call. That was a very important phone call, guys. That was the FOIA. They just reached out to me again. Okay. Yeah. I called them back. I missed the call. Maybe they'll call me back. If not, hopefully I'll hear from them again tomorrow or something. Okay. So I'm excited about that, guys. I am so excited. Okay. Let's see. Hey, Diva Time. What's up, lady? Thank you for the Cash App, guys. Thank you for the Cash App, guys. By the way, for those who are hitting me up behind the scenes, thank you, guys. It's greatly appreciated. Matter of fact, I got to pay my StreamYard, as y'all can see. I have the StreamYard logo on top. I got my billing this week, and I was like, damn, they got to wait. I'll go pay it tomorrow. So, all right. Thank you for that, by the way. Thank you for that, by the way. Now I can pay my YouTube bills, because even my StreamYard, I got to pay the StreamYard. I got to pay my YouTube premium. I don't want to see no commercials. Matter of fact, I'm going to try to test out to see if my YouTube is working again. I don't know what's going on with my YouTube. I can't see anything on the screen. It's a black screen. I don't see nothing. I just see words coming up on the screen. It's crazy. I don't know. I don't know what happened. That's why I haven't presented any videos. Y'all know me. I like to throw in stuff. Okay, so True Strong Warrior says persuasion is to encourage, convince, and to sway. Right. So persuasion is the act or fact of persuading someone or of being persuaded to do or believe something. Okay? You could persuade someone, with a belief or a set of beliefs, especially religious or political ones. Okay? Persuasion is the process of convincing someone else to carry out an action or agree with an idea. Okay? Now, to understanding the art of persuasion, you have to learn how to influence others. Okay? So that's what persuasion means. All right? Love you too, mommy. Thank you, sweetheart. Now, let's see. Now, inducement. Inducement is a thing that persuades or influences someone to do something. Like a bribe. Right? Then we're going to look up enticement, right? Now, enticement means something used to attract or to tempt someone. Allure. The quality of being attractive or tempting. A temptation, an attraction, a desirability. So now, my question is, did the mother do all of those things? Did the mother do all those things in those text messages? I want to hear what you guys have to say about that. I do. Now, what is coercion? Coercion is the use of force or threats to compel someone to act against their will. Did the mother do that in those text messages? Okay, rocking. Go ahead, my love. Go get your drink. I got my smoke. Diva, I'm joining you in that smoke, rocking. We're puffing in the background. Okay. Yep. So coercion, guys. I want to know. In those text messages, did the mother at all, at any point, entice, induce, persuade, or coerce the daughter to travel to California? Was it to California? I think it was to California. To California. Give me a 1 in the chat if the mother in those text messages persuaded, induced, enticed, or coerced her daughter to travel to see R. Kelly. Diva. We are. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that happened. And put a 2 in the chat if you say no. Levi! You better be in here putting a number in this chat, nigga. Coco Pelao. 2. Thank you. No, she didn't stop it. She did not encourage the travel. She did not. This is the battle. She did not encourage the travel. She just encouraged her to be sexy with him and to convince him so that she could stay on his mind, that he won't forget about her. It had nothing to do with the actual travel. This is what the government's trying to explain. It had nothing to do with the actual travel. Hey, West Coast, what's up, Chula? She fucking did. The mother did. The mother was pimping the daughter. The father was with it. Like, they was all with it. Just so that they could get money off their daughter. To make her star. R. Kelly could help her. And if in the process he wanted a boner, oh well, she gonna be 18 soon. Whatever. They just saw ching ching in their eyes. That's all they saw was ching ching. They didn't expect their daughter to be abused and all this other extra shit. They weren't looking for that. That wasn't part of their plan. Right, the mom was horrible. I couldn't even believe the shit she was telling her daughter. It's like you were letting your daughter know to stay focused on your music, on her music, and trying to convince R. Kelly that she's the greatest and that she could be the next Aaliyah, but also at the same time letting her know he's the kind of man that just wants to fuck. He just wants you sexually. If it happens, it happens. At least you'll stay on his mind. Like, that's how I took that shit. Like, ew. But she did not convince the daughter to go to the travel. It was R. Kelly who said, pack your shit, let's go. Here's the ticket. This person's setting it up. Call this person back. They'll tell you everything. The mother didn't do that. He did that with the help of his assistant. Hey, Queen, what's up, baby? She agreed to the travel. That's fine. She agreed. She gave the permission for her to go. But what was the intent? The intent was for her to what? Make music with R. Kelly. And in the process, the mother was like, well, if he decides to fuck her, then, you know, it is what it is. He might be he might be the baby daddy one day. That might be my son-in-law. The mother was down with all that shit. But at the end of the day, the mother can't tell her to have sex. She has to decide that for herself. And she didn't want to have sex. She made up excuses. And he still forced her to fucking let him ejaculate, eat her pussy. Gave her oral sex when she was 17 in Florida, illegally, because she's not 18 to consent. And I agree, Robin. Like, that's crazy. But at the end of the day, there was no persuasion, inducement, enticement, or coercion to travel. The mom just said, go. That's it. There was no, ooh, you better go now, and you better pack your bags and hurry up, because this guy said, you know, you're going to be in the next Aaliyah, and you need to hurry up, and and you go. Let me book the flight for you. Let me call and make sure that your travels are none of that went on. For real, take 17 but 95 pounds soaking wet, girl. You ain't lying. You see the picture of that little girl and you're like, that's a little girl. Because even when she turned 18, she still looked like that little girl. So, yeah, no. So now, the government, hi Chula, the government is going to explain their reasoning for why, you know, what their argument is about this coercion, enticement, inducement, persuasion situation. So Kelly next argues that there was insufficient evidence to prove that he persuaded, induced, enticed, or coerced Jane and Faith to travel to engage in sexual activity that exposed them to herpes, as charged in racketeering 8B, charging an underlying violation of section 120290 as to Jane. Okay? And then Racketeering Acts 12B and 14B and counts 7 and 9 are charging underlying violations of sections 120.20 and 2307 as to Faith. So Kelly argues that he did not persuade, induce, entice, or coerce Jane to travel to California in April and May of 2015. Gracias, papi. But Rather, that Jane, a minor, deceived Kelly, citing to various text messages between Jane and her mother. Okay? So this is Kelly's argument. All right, let me my husband just gave me my dinner. He just handed me my dinner. He cooked dinner tonight. He made fried chicken cutlet, breaded chicken cutlet with white rice, with beans and Vienna sausages in the beans, and some lettuce on the side. That's what I'm about to eat, y'all. Okay, let's see. I think Az could have made it without R. Kelly. Yep, I think so. They acted like that piss tape didn't exist. They knew that he was nasty. Right, right, Diva. Hey, all my beautiful ladies. Hope all is well with everyone. I'm relaxing now. Me too, my love. And Ninja wasn't deceived. Right. So this is what he's saying. This is his argument. That he did not persuade her. Okay, he did not induce her. He didn't entice her, coerce her. Okay. Now, he also argues that Faith was an adult woman who accepted his invitation to New York, which did not equate to inducement or persuasion. Now, the verbs persuade, induce, entice, and coerce, as used in 18 USC 2422, do not include as a necessary element the overbearing or transformation of another's will. Rather, a person may be persuaded to take an action to which she is already predisposed or neutral, because otherwise the focus of the offense conduct from the intent and actions of the would-be persuader to the effect of his words and deeds on his would-be victim. So a view of the statute this court has specifically rejected. So although Kelly attempts to flip the focus of the evidence to Jane and Faith, Kelly's own actions reflect attempts to persuade, induce, and or entice Jane and Faith to engage in illegal sexual activity with him. At Kelly's first meeting with Jane, he persuaded her to engage in sexual contact with him, telling her he needed to ejaculate before she could audition for him. He then told Jane, an aspiring professional singer, that he wanted her to travel to see him on tour, promising to teach her singing techniques and arranging for trips to California, paid for, flights and hotels included by Kelly. So here is his persuasion. He persuaded her to engage in sexual contact with him. Okay? By telling her, you need to do this for me, please, before you audition for me. I need to have this happen. So then he let her know, I would love to have you travel with me so I could teach you singing techniques. And then after that, he just arranged for trips for her, paying for flights and hotels, including the mother. Right. So she traveled all on the pretense, thinking she was going to become a star, make music with R. Kelly, or he was going to help her out with her career. And none of that shit happened. Thank you, Daddy. So a jury could thus readily conclude that Kelly persuaded, induced, and enticed Jane to travel to California with false promises of assisting her with her singing and by arranging and paying for her travel. Yo, Dad, can I take another piece? Yes. Regardless of whether she expressed or felt reluctance, indifference, or, for that matter, enthusiasm at the prospect of doing so. Okay, so here they cite a note from a case, the United States versus Baird. Now, this is something that happened in the Seventh Circuit, the Court of Appeals, in 2023. This just happened. And in here, it says that in this case, United States versus Baird, it says that the defendants plan to bring Candy to anticipated sexual encounter with a child was sufficient to sustain conviction of attempted enticement of a minor in violation of 2422B. Hey, Kayla, what's up, mama? Girl, he is officially banned from calling people. So, sorry guys, I told you guys I was going to be eating in the background. So, this defendant in this case, Mr. Baird, had planned to bring Candy to a little girl and seduced her and enticed her, coerced her with candy. He enticed her with candy, telling that little girl that she was going to be a star, the next Aaliyah. That was like dangling candy in front of her. That's his example. And this is a case that just happened. That just went on appeal. Now, as far as Kelly's argument as to faith fails for the same reason. Based on the evidence set forth above, including that Kelly told Faith he loved her, invited Faith to see him, assured her that the trip would be fun and she could see how he is on tour, and arranged and paid for her to travel. The jury could reasonably conclude that Kelly induced her to travel to New York so that they could engage in sexual intercourse. Now, in another case that went through the Ninth Circuit in 2002, the United States versus Rashkavatsky. Oh my God, I'm sorry, I chopped that up. It states that the defendant's offer to make and pay for necessary travel arrangements and victims thereafter traveled with his assistance was sufficient evidence from which a rational jury could conclude that the defendant persuaded, induced, or enticed them to travel. Okay? And here he offered to make and pay for necessary travel for them. And then in the United States versus Pelton, this happened in the 8th Circuit Appeals Court in 1978. It's concluding, it says that in this case, United States versus Pelton, it's concluding that the defendant induced the woman to travel by making her travel arrangements, even though the woman had been willing to travel to work as a prostitute. So, and as discussed, the jury had a strong basis to infer that Kelly's intent, consistent with his standard practice, was to have unprotected sex without first informing Faith that he had contracted herpes. Okay? Now, Racketeering Acts 9B through D, unlawful sexual intercourse with a minor. So, okay, K-Love. So, Kelly's transportation of Jane to California was done for the purpose of engaging in sexual activity with a minor. Now, notwithstanding his implausible claims that the sex he had with a teenager 30 years his junior was purely incidental to her transportation there, that Kelly's argument is premised on the claim that he went to California to perform rather than to have sex. But the evidence showed that Kelly had sex with Jane while she was a minor almost every day in the summer of 2015, including while he was on tour. Jane had no role in planning the tour or Kelly's performances, nor does Kelly claim as much. The jury was free to infer that Kelly took Jane on those trips to engage in sexual activity with her, and that activity was illegal. Okay? Finally, Kelly's arguments as to Racketeering Acts 9B and C fail for similar reasons. The jury properly inferred that Kelly induced, persuaded, enticed, or coerced Jane to travel with him from New York to California and beyond when he, 1, arranged for her parents to enroll her in a virtual high school, 2, authorized Juice's mother to serve as her guardian. And 3, arranged and paid for her travel as detailed above. The case law forecloses Kelly's suggestion that he did not induce, persuade, entice, or coerce her because she may have agreed to travel with Kelly. Okay? Daddy, I love you. Guys, I wish you could have a spoon of my food. Give me a second, guys.
You are watching Diva Divine Light.
You can fuck with me if these is red bottoms, these is bloody shoes. Hit the scoop, I can get them both. I don't want to choose, and I'm quick. Cut every nigga off, so don't get comfortable. Look, I don't dance now, I make money move. Now I gotta dance, I make money move. If I see you now, that means I don't fuck with you. I'm a boss, you a worker, bitch. I make bloody move. Now she say, gon' do what a hoop. Let's find out and see. Cardi B, you know where I'm at, you know where I be. Just a party, I'm there, I can play. I be in and out the bank so much, I know they tired of me. Honest.
You are watching Diva Divine Light.
You can fuck with me if these is red bottoms, these is bloody shoes. Hit the scoop, I can get them both. I don't want to choose, and I'm quick. Cut every nigga off, so don't get comfortable. Look, I don't dance now, I make money move. Now I gotta dance, I make money move. If I see you now, that means I don't fuck with you. I'm a boss, you a worker, bitch. I make bloody move. Now she say, gon' do what a hoop. Let's find out and see. Cardi B, you know where I'm at, you know where I be. Just a party, I'm there, I can play. I be in and out the bank so much, I know they tired of me. Honest.
You know, y'all are always saying that this is a setup. Well, here is the setup. This is the setup. You see that? R. Kelly. That's him setting up the camera for perfect positioning to make sure that he gets everything in focus when he needs to. This guy is disgusting. And this is Rashonda Landfair, y'all. This is that baby girl. She was 13 or 14 years old when this popped off. He gave her money. She said, thank you. Smiled. And then he exchanged his thing with her. And now, as we know, it's going down. And this is sad. He walks off the camera and does what? I have no idea. Then he comes back. And there he is again. He just was like, "Fwah, here you go, girl. Here you go, girl. Do that thing. Do that thing." That's what he was doing. Like, you're actually attracted to this little girl. You're disgusting. Disgusting. And then in this video here, he's with another young lady. And we have a better picture of his face. And here he is. As you can see, he's stroking her hair, you know, looking at the camera. He's like, oh boy, okay, let me lean back a little bit. Just watch her enjoy. And then he's not even moaning. He's not moaning. He's not saying anything. He's just like, wondering, thinking about all these other things in his head. He's watching her. He's like, okay. Oh, yeah. He's getting into it now. And then he's stroking her hair. And he looks really, really bored. Really, really bored. Like, this is normal for him. This is something he does all the time. He just has to have it. It doesn't even matter. He just needs to have it. Look at this, crossing his arms. What dude do you know crosses their arms while they're getting fellatio's? Like, what? And he looks at the camera, smug. Like, yeah, and he's just looking at the camera. No, now he's picking his nose. Ew! Picking his nose. Look like he's rolling up the freaking booger in his fingers. Ew! What is he doing? Nasty. Nasty. He is disgusting. Blah! Look at him, look at him, look at him. He's so cocky. I can't with his nasty ass. Thinking he's hot shit when he's fucking cold piss. And here you have your king. Deuces. Okay. Sorry, guys, I'm back. I just wanted to dig into my food. I really wanted to dig in. I'm almost done. I got a little bit left. All right. So, all right. Oh, wait. Wait. No. Wait, what happened to all my bookmarks? Okay, let me see. All right. I don't remember where it is now. Oh, snap. Give me a second, guys. Hold on. I got to find it. Oh, snap. I know I put it. Um, um, hold on. Hold on. Let me. I'm trying to find the one about Aaliyah. Uh, let's see here. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to find the. Hold on. Disclosure. Okay. I had this shit marked. Now. Okay. All right. Now, let's see. Let me go to my window. All right. All right. Now, you guys know that the whole thing about Aaliyah. Always screaming that R. Kelly didn't have sex with Aaliyah. The marriage was a publicity stunt. Yada, 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 yada. I can't even go into all the bull crap these people be out here saying, right? But we know what they say, right? Now, this is the pre-trial conference hearing, okay? This is the pre-trial conference hearing. And in this pre-trial conference hearing, Mr. Farinella admitted, without admitting, that R. Kelly had a sexual relationship with Aaliyah. So Judge Donnelly says, let's go through them all, because that's what I'm going to do anyway. And then you can tell me. Okay, so, right. Here they're talking about witnesses coming in. Okay, now they're going to talk about the admissibility of the bad act witnesses. Okay. She says, let's go through them all, because that's what I'm going to do anyway, and then you can tell me. The other thing I'll say about notice is that I'm the one who set the motion schedule for motions in limine. And the only thing I recall about that is that the defense asked for extra time, which I granted. So that was what the schedule was. And if there was some need to have it sooner, I'm sure you would have told me. All right. So what I'm going to do is just go through these. And if I miss one, because I did get a lot of submissions, I'm sure you'll let me know. So the first one has to do with the claims related to Jane Doe number 1. And Jane Doe number 1, as we all know, is Aaliyah, right? And these are allegations about conduct in 1994. The government's position, what's up, Matisse? The government's position is that this evidence is direct evidence of the enterprise, that it provides the motive for the charge in racketeering, for the Conduct in Racketeering Act 1, and that it is inextricably intertwined with that. And so it's clearly relevant, and it clearly shows a motive for Racketeering Act number 1. So that is admissible. That's not something that was a surprise to you, was it, Mr. Farinella? Now, as we know, Mr. Farinella is R. Kelly's defense lawyer. And he says, no, Your Honor. The judge says, okay, the next one. Then Ms. Blank Becker says, I'm sorry. The judge says, sorry, Ms. Becker, go ahead. Ms. Becker says, may I just address that one briefly, if I could, please? The judge said, sure. Then Ms. Becker says, Judge, well, I believe it states something to this effect in our motion as well, while understandably that clearly Jane Doe number 1 is a listed Jane Doe of whom we know about, no doubt. I believe what we put in our motion and what we believe is that although certain parts of it are certainly relevant, there was a lot of statements made and requests to come in regarding the circumstances surrounding the marriage and so forth that we believe are more prejudicial than probative. Hey, wifey, what's up, mama? And then the judge says, well, let me just say this generally about all of, and then Ms. Becker says, sure. The judge says, this evidence is that, I think I've said this before. I don't have the 3500 material. I don't know what the testimony is going to be. I can say generally that this is relevant and it is related to the Racketeering Act. It provides the motives, and in that respect, it is clearly relevant. And not only does it provide the motive for Racketeering Act 1, it also is evidence of the allegations about the enterprise and the methods and means used to perpetrate the enterprise. So, in that respect, it is clearly relevant. Obviously, with all of these things, I'm not going to permit hearsay. So the evidence has to be in an admissible form. But the point of my rulings today is to tell you what's admissible and what is not. I do not think I have to go through chapter and verse with this group of experienced lawyers about the form in which the evidence takes. So let's just keep that in mind. And Ms. Becker says, okay, thank you, Judge. I agree. Now, the judge says, okay, the next act has to do with Jane Doe number 7 in 1991. This is pre-pattern or pre-racketeering enterprise evidence. I just want to hear from the government. I know your position is that it is evidence of the means and method, but it takes place before the racketeering. The organization is alleged to have begun. And so my question is, why does that come in? So Ms. Geddes explains and says, the prosecutor, Your Honor, Jane Doe number 7 is prepared to testify that in light of her relationship with the defendant, which included the fact that they had sexual contact with each other when she was a minor, she was in a position to view the defendant engaged in sexual activity with Jane Doe number 1. So it is part of her background. And I would say her history is inextricably intertwined with that information is inextricably intertwined with her account of how she knew the defendant, why she was with the defendant, when she saw the defendant engaged in sexual activity with Jane Doe number 1. The judge says, let me ask the defense, are you going to deny that there was sexual contact with Jane Doe number 1? Wasn't he married to her? Is that something the defense is going to dispute? Again, the judge asked R. Kelly's lawyer, Mr. Farinella, let me ask the defense, are you going to deny that there was sexual contact with Jane Doe number 1? Wasn't he married to her? Is that something the defense is going to dispute? And Mr. Farinella said, no. He said, no. They are not going to dispute that there was a sexual contact or that they were married. There is no disputing this fact. And then the judge says, no. Well, if they're not disputing it, then I'm going to exclude the evidence of Jane Doe number 7. And there we have JoJo's testimony. Because Mr. Farinella said, no, we can't dispute these claims, and we're not. So what do you think about that, Spitting Fire? Huh? And everybody else, Dana and Primo Ho and everybody fucking else. What happened here? What happened over here? Huh? Right. 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 Then Ms. Geddes says, Your Honor, just to be clear, are they? And then Mr. Farinella says, hold on. Ms. Geddes says, conceding they are not going to dispute that. They were engaged in sexual activity prior to their marriage, because at the time, Jane Doe 1 was 13 to 15 years old. I don't think that's something that they're prepared to. Then Mr. Farinella says, we are not, Your Honor. So I want to understand here so that the government's position, just so I have it clear, that Jane Doe 7 or 17. The judge said, Jane Doe 7. Mr. Farinella said, okay, that clears it up. Okay, the judge says, okay. Then Mr. Farinella says, But no, we do dispute. Uh, we're not prepared to concede that at this time, Your Honor, with regard to Jane Doe number one, uh, the judge says, so if Jane Doe number one witnessed the defendant, and then Ms. Getty says, Jane Doe number seven, Jane Doe number seven witnessed the contact with Jane Doe number one, it's clearly relevant. If you're going to dispute it, you can cross-examine her about it, but if that's not something that it's directly relevant to that first racketeering act. Mr. Farinella says, and I do believe Jane Doe number seven is one of the Jane Does that was just recently revealed. I don't recall if seeing her. Ms. Getty says, that's correct. Mr. Farinella said, okay, in the original 3500 material, so I would ask the court before making a ruling if we can at least have just a very short window of time to review. The judge said, okay. Mr. Farinella said, because there are a number of new disclosed, and again, we had limited amount of time to respond. And she says, that's fine. If you want to take some time to review that and just submit a letter on that, that's perfectly fine. But I think, do you want me to give you a deadline for that? And he said, sure. So she gave him a deadline to rebut or whatever the hell he wanted to do with that. Yeah, she's spitting lies all the time. Jesus Christ, I can't. She's another one. She's terrible. They all just like to spit out propaganda bullshit. Like, so yeah, I believe that was all. Yeah, that was all I wanted to mention about that. So, all right, does that have any? Hey, Miss Mo, what's up, chula? So, okay. All right, now we're going to go into the mitigation report, the PSI report, the pre-sentencing report, where R. Kelly was interviewed by the psychiatrist or psychologist in before his sentencing hearing. And, sometimes he has to admit to certain things, not admit to things, depends on what was being said and what was being asked of him. I tried to Miss Mo yesterday. Levi kind of like, shut me down a little bit and kind of distracted me from the things I did want to say. That's why I don't like to get up there, because he likes to confuse you and shit. I don't like to deal with filibusters. I don't. It's too much for me. I'm still eating, guys. I'm almost done. Okay, guys. Sorry, I'm back. Babe, you got the ashtray? I forgot. I gotta put my tablet to charge. Yeah, he's definitely a master of distractions. Yes, this is a fact. Yeah, I missed them too. I missed them too. I missed them too, wifey. Um, okay. So Kelly, now this is like I said, his pre-sentencing report. Okay. And this is his psychologist giving his diagnosis. Okay. Now he said that Mr. Kelly said it made him paranoid. So R. Kelly has paranoia issues. Right? So Mr. Kelly said it made him paranoid that every time he turned his back, people tried to get information to use to rip him off or sought to obtain information they could sell. So he understood that it was in large measure his inability to read or comprehend arithmetic that made him vulnerable to the predations of those who controlled his business interests and money, that he had often trusted people undeserving of his trust. Since his arrest, at least one correctional officer had sold confidential information about him. Here he is talking about the email situation. Since his arrest, at least one correctional officer had sold confidential information about him. What, did they really sell anything? I don't know. Tasha K says she ain't never got no money. She said the FBI probed her. They spoke to her. I gather she gave up whatever information she needed to, that she could. And they didn't find anything. There was no proof of any type of bill of sale. So they decided to close the case because there was no real probable cause. So now Miss Nutbush over there is talking shit, as always, about how she strategized to now make the Department of Internal Affairs go deeper into their investigation because she gave them probable cause. And the probable cause is, I guess, to flip the witness in the case, as she's stating, so that R. Kelly could be under the jail and that he could look guilty. So that's the probable cause, huh? They actually went and witness tampered, is what she's saying. That there was witness tampering, right? Does she know what the meaning of witness tampering is? Because Clearly, she don't understand. So, yeah, he's paranoid because he got so many secrets. Right. He does. He takes little personal shots to get to people worked up so they forget the topic at hand. And you're absolutely right. Who you talking about? You talking about Levi or you talking about R. Kelly? Because I say it's for both. Robin says it's all the word salad and lies for me. Doctor says herpes. They say it's a lie. Marriage was a publicity stunt, even though it was proven. I can't with these trash app collectors. He paranoid because he had so many secrets. I'm sick of hearing about these emails. The person already took responsibility of their actions. Now, like she has that much power over our courts. Idiot. Right. Everyone and everything unscrupulous unless they support his cousin or Johnny Cochran, Whack 100, rocking. He tickles me so much. I wish I could have joined, but I fell asleep. I wish you would have joined too, girl. I tried my best with that guy. I can't. I can't. So now the psychologist is going to speak about coercive control. So he says that the pre-sentence report adopts the government's description of Mr. Kelly and his employees as comprising an enterprise for the purpose of RICO prosecution, a characterization that remains in dispute. When I first read about the underlying behaviors put forth as evidence of the enterprise, my first impression was that what was actually being described was the behavior of one man exhibiting the poorly defined pattern of behaviors known in the intimate partner violence literature as coercive control. So, in this instance, a man in the unusual situation of being surrounded by enablers, based on the interviews with Mr. Kelly, I now question whether even this characterization may be grossly distorted. I asked Mr. Kelly about each of the 14 behaviors that could be construed as coercive control of his employees and guests, and report below what he had to say about each. So now he's going to describe what R. Kelly described to him. Okay? Now, allegation number 1. Requiring that employees obtain approval before carrying out mundane tasks, such as allowing people to go to the bathroom. Mr. Kelly dismissed this allegation as untrue, despite some kernels of truth that he acknowledged, including his effort to keep order at his studio, particularly the studio in his home, rather than having people wander everywhere, and a problem arising when people were left behind during tour bus stops, described further below. He acknowledged that as a boss, he found he needed to be in control or had been taken advantage of at every turn by employees, guests, and people he believed were professionals. So R. Kelly saying he had to have control of everybody and making sure that nobody was wandering around. And that's why he had people ask permission to go to the bathroom. Now, anyone who has common courtesy, respect, and manners, when you want to go to the bathroom and you're in someone else's house, you ask, may I use the bathroom? Excuse me, where's your restroom? May I use your restroom? And the person would say, sure, It's to the left and to the right down the hall. There you go. And they go. But R. Kelly says, no, you can't go. You got to stay, and you got to stay right there. Pee in a cup. Whatever the fuck you got to do, you can't leave that room because I said so. Because I'm in a music session right now, and I don't want you wandering the hallways. So, no, you can't pee. What? Get the fuck out of here. Lie number one. On allegation number one, you're a whole liar. Stop it. Number two. I'm glad you're back, babe. Number two. Prohibiting employees from looking at or speaking with any of Mr. Kelly's female guests. Although my notes don't reflect that Mr. Kelly was asked specifically about this, he acknowledged that he didn't want his employees invading his family life or hitting on his wife or girlfriends. His brother Bruce described a change in Andrea's behavior after the marriage. I don't know what to say about him and his wife. This is what Bruce said. Bruce says, I don't know what to say about him and his wife. He had gotten to the point where he wouldn't even want her to talk to us. And we used to tour together when she was just his dancer. We always talked and, laughed and this and that. But when she became Miss Kelly, we would be saying hi to her and she wouldn't even say nothing to us. Nothing. Okay. I'm sorry. Childhood friend Larry Hood also observed that Mr. Kelly didn't want men speaking to his wife or girlfriends, which he attributed to Mr. Kelly's insecurity. So the psychologist is like, all that has to just deal with insecurity. Right, he's insecure, but he always has a flock of women everywhere. Weird, huh? All right. Allegation number 3. Prohibiting female assistants and employees from speaking with his male assistants in front of his female guests and girlfriends. Mr. Kelly did not directly address this allegation in our interview and appeared not to understand what could have led to anyone perceiving this. Kelly was like, why would people say that? I don't know. That's weird. Mm-hmm. Right. Que insecurity and que he don't know what happened and why people would say something like this. The fuck? Allegation number 4. Withholding a portion of an employee's salary as a fine if they did not meet Mr. Kelly's expectations. Mr. Kelly reported he learned to fine people from basketball, as that is a technique used by coaches with whom he had more experience than employers, having only worked at a traditional job for 1 month during grammar school, cleaning at a popcorn shop. That was the only job he ever had, was cleaning a popcorn shop. And he said he fined people he should have fired. So Kelly's like, I fined them instead of firing them. All right. He said he gave an example, a woman named Diana who told him she paid $300 for a coat that cost her $150. She kept the $150 of the cash he'd given her for herself. Suspecting this, he planted $100 where she'd find it, and she took it. She lied to him about the cost of the coat, claiming she didn't have a receipt, but he went to the store to check the price. Diana left for 2 years, then came back, told the truth, and he gave her a second chance. Just as he finds people for criminal or dishonest behavior, he would bonus those who did well. For example, giving a $500 tip to a runner who brought him chicken pot pie and served it on a tray with a fork. Bruce Kelly reported that when working on tour, his brother fined him $100 if he found him smoking marijuana in his room. Larry Hood said some things that he has done to people, like as far as his employees, he's done it because he doesn't know any better. Rob has never worked a job. All he's known to do is his music. So he don't really know how the workforce go. Like, you having people work for him all types of hours. He didn't know that. He never really worked being in the workforce. So R. Kelly just did whatever the hell he wanted to do because he never had any experience working. So he just figured, he used some basketball techniques and shit and do it that way. Wow. Mm-hmm. Allegation number 5. Requiring some employees to provide Mr. Kelly with a letter, falsely confessing to bad behavior. Now, Mr. Kelly denied ever requiring employees to write a letter, falsely confessing to anything. But he did get written statements from people who stole from him as a condition of continuing employment. So, for example, a stylist nicknamed Cash bought him shirts she said cost $300, but really cost $99. He investigated and found she charged him $10,000 for $3,000 of jewelry, even as he paid her $5,000 per week. When he confronted her with her deceptive behavior, she cried. He asked for his money back, and he fined her and wanted her to write a statement and take Junebug, George Kelly, with her when she shopped for him in the future. He said he'd gotten written statements from both male and female employees who stole from him and tried to scam him. In other words, he made people write collateral letters, lying. What about the letters that he made the girls write falsely because he wanted collateral damage in case if they ever flipped on him, or he could say, well, they did this and look, but it all backfired on him, all of it, because Azriel Clary gave up the storage. That's something R. Kelly did not want. And she was the one who knew where his skeletons were buried. And she said, here you go. And they said, let me get that nail and hammer this coffin now, because we're going to stick it to him real good with this. And that's what they did. That's why he's so upset. This is why he can't understand what happened. Allegation number 6. Expecting employees to ensure that Mr. Kelly's female guests and girlfriends abided by his rules. So he acknowledged having created several rules that he expected people to follow. For parties with alcohol, he required employees to make copies of IDs to limit entry to those 21 and over. Anyone under 21, such as Joy Savage, was limited to the VIP tent. because his studio was located at his home after he had children. He had rules to maintain order and appropriate boundaries, such as not allowing other guests to interrupt Michael Jordan when he was playing pool, or Diana Ross, Jay-Z, Lionel Richie, or other celebrities when they were working in the studio. Mm, mm. Allegation number 7, requiring guests to receive permission from Mr. Kelly before eating or going to the bathroom. He denied that anyone ever needed permission to eat or use the washroom. What? Didn't he a few allegations ago say yes, he needed to have order in his places? So he had to make sure he knew where everybody was, and right? Now here he's saying he denied that anyone ever needed permission to eat or use the bathroom. His guests ordered Uber Eats constantly, and the studio had plenty of bathrooms. Right, now his guests ordered plenty of Uber Eats, and those were the guests that were hanging out with him. The girls who were stuck in the rooms were stuck in the rooms. That's another story. Why you lie? All right, Kelly. The only thing that could have been so misconstrued stemmed from a problem that emerged when people were traveling on 5 tour buses and stopping at truck stops. People sometimes shopped at the truck stop and got left at stops, requiring the bus to return to pick them up. When this became problematic, he made a rule that the lead bus driver must check that all passengers were present before leaving. Sometimes when they were behind schedule, he asked that nobody get off the bus when they stopped to refuel. Blank, he named the person, once got off without telling anyone and was left behind. So he told her not to get off without telling Diana or him. Allegations number 8. Requiring female guests to wear baggy clothing unless accompanying Mr. Kelly to an event, or unless otherwise instructed by him. Mr. Kelly said that men attending shows were so disrespectful to my girls when they were in the front row dressed up, looking great, that he got off the stage to protect them more than once. He suggested the women dress down to avoid this, which they did, relieving them of the problem. Allegation number 8, requiring female guests to wear baggy clothes. Allegation number 9, prohibiting guests from looking at other men and instructing them to keep their heads down. He said the attractive women he had around him told him that his homies were always hitting on them. So he suggested techniques they could use to cut off such sexual harassment and prevent disrespect, including dressing down or not engaging with them. Allegation number 10, requiring guests to address Mr. Kelly as daddy. Mr. Kelly said it's a hood thing, a culture thing. All girls call their man daddy. Women who called him daddy during sex would continue to call him daddy in front of others to establish their position. New women would hear others call him daddy, so the name stuck. When women called him daddy, it made him feel they really loved him. He felt good about it, but other names were fine too. it would be a turnoff to make a woman call him daddy. So he didn't instruct women to call him daddy, as that would be cheating. Man, even fans he never met call him daddy. And other fans call him the king of R&B. But he didn't promote or require either nickname. Blank called him Bear or Papa Bear. Males called him Big Bro. At the MDC Brooklyn, other inmates called him Pops or Uncle Rob or Unc. Oh, Lord. Allegation number 11. Obtaining sensitive information about sexual partners and retaining control over these sexual partners. Mr. Kelly said he'd broken up with lots of women and never needed sensitive information. That's all he said about that. I'm done. I'm done. Mm, mm, mm. Allegation number 12. Creating embarrassing and degrading videos of sexual partners. Mr. Kelly acknowledged creating sex tapes and said he'd done so for two reasons. First, it's a turn on, and I liked to look at it. Second, he didn't want anyone to be able to say he made them do it or raped them. This idea occurred to him when he began hearing rumors accusing him of making Andrea sign a prenup or brainwashing her. He said he lost custody of his children because of her lies. Likewise, a hair braider who fellatiated him repeatedly for years accused him of forcing her to do this. But when caught in a lie about this, the accusation went away. That's a lie. He used videotape to prove everything was consensual and everyone was of age. That's another lie. So him and Andrea, he signed the prenup? He signed the prenup. I would love to see that. Right, the truth is not in him. And then he says about the hair braider. He said she was caught in a lie about that. And then the accusation went away. Didn't he pay her off in a settlement? What? I can't. Ugh. He used videotape to prove everything was consensual and everyone was of age. Really? That's why he gave, remember what Rashana Landfair said? He gave me money to make it look like I was a prostitute, to make me look like an adult, to make it look like he was having sex with a prostitute. That's what he explained to her. What? He wasn't raping her. He was just pretending she was a prostitute. How cute is that? The fuck? Oh, Jesus Christ. Mr. Kelly said that blank was into all the kinky stuff and introduced him to scat sex. Now, guys, y'all remember what scat sex is, right? Coprophilia, playing with feces and urine and things of that nature, right? So he's saying here that someone was into all that kinky stuff and introduced him to that scat sex. Now, after a scat session that was shown in court, he and blank had sex and went to Starbucks together. So he's saying that the video that was shown in court, guys, with Haley Calhoun, that after they did that after he made that video of her, they went to Starbucks afterwards. Then he says sometimes blank spanked him. He mentioned a video in which blank wore a nun outfit and he wore a priest outfit. Mr. Kelly said that blank could leave whenever she wanted to. And she did leave several times. And then there's a whole sentence there that was redacted that we can't see what it says. Then he says, which he said she did. So whatever that was, he's blaming it on her. Then he says that she, whoever this girl is, maybe Haley, she admitted that she'd tested Mr. Kelly by asking him to invite nephew blank to join them for sex. So like I said, I think he's trying to blame Hallie or Azriel or Dominique, one of these girls, because remember, nephew was around right before R. Kelly and Andrea got divorced, because they got divorced in, I believe, 2009 or 10 or anywhere between 2009 and 2013, I believe is what it is. I don't remember exact. But this kid nephew was around. It was either Louis or Alex, one of the two boys. So one of the girls asked R. Kelly, listen very carefully. R. Kelly was very controlling. Didn't want any type of interaction with the girls, with the boys, right? But yet he's okay with this girl asking him to have another man join them in sex. Does that sound right to you? That don't sound right to me. I don't know. That sounds weird to me. Right, the girls were his little sisters. Ay, ay, ay. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back.
You are watching Diva Divine Light.
You can fuck with me if These is red bottoms, these is bloody shoes. Hit the scoop, I can get them both. I don't want to choose, and I'm quick. Cut every nigga off, so don't get comfortable. Look, I don't dance now, I make money move. Now I gotta dance, I make money move. If I see you now, that means I don't fuck with you. I'm a boss, you a worker, bitch. I make bloody move. Now she say, gon' do what or who? Let's find out and see. Cardi B, you know where I'm at, you know where I be. Just a party, I'm there, I can play. I be in and out the game so much, I know they tired of me. Honest, honest.
You are watching Diva Divine Light.
You can fuck with me if these is red bottoms, these is bloody shoes. Hit the scoop, I can get them both. I don't want to choose, and I'm quick. Cut every nigga off, so don't get comfortable. Look, I don't dance now, I make money move. Now I gotta dance, I make money move. If I see you now, that means I don't fuck with you. I'm a boss, you a worker, bitch. I make bloody move. Now she say, gon' do what or who? Let's find out and see. Cardi B, you know where I'm at, you know where I be. Just a party, I'm there, I can play. I be in and out the game so much, I know they tired of me. Honest, honest.
You are watching Diva Divine Light.
You can fuck with me if these is red bottoms, these is bloody shoes. Hit the scoop, I can get them both. I don't want to choose, and I'm quick. Cut every nigga off, so don't get comfortable. Look, I don't dance now, I make money move. Now I gotta dance, I make money move. If I see you now, that means I don't fuck with you. I'm a boss, you a worker, bitch. I make bloody move. Now she say, gon' do what or who? Let's find out and see. Cardi B, you know where I'm at, you know where I be. Just a party, I'm there, I can play. I be in and out the game so much, I know they tired of me. Honest, honest.
You are watching Diva Divine Light.
You can fuck with me if these is red bottoms, these is bloody shoes. Hit the scoop, I can get them both. I don't want to choose, and I'm quick. Cut every nigga off, so don't get comfortable. Look, I don't dance now, I make money move. Now I gotta dance, I make money move. If I see you now, that means I don't fuck with you. I'm a boss, you a worker, bitch. I make bloody move. Now she say, gon' do what or who? Let's find out and see. Cardi B, you know where I'm at, you know where I be. Just a party, I'm there, I can play. I be in and out the game so much, I know they tired of me. Honest, honest.
You are watching Diva Divine Light.
You can fuck with me if these is red bottoms, these is bloody shoes. Hit the scoop, I can get them both. I don't want to choose, and I'm quick. Cut every nigga off, so don't get comfortable. Look, I don't dance now, I make money move. Now I gotta dance, I make money move. If I see you now, that means I don't fuck with you. I'm a boss, you a worker, bitch. I make bloody move. Now she say, gon' do what or who? Let's find out and see. Cardi B, you know where I'm at, you know where I be. Just a party, I'm there, I can play. I be in and out the game so much, I know they tired of me. Honest, honest.
Yo, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. Had to take a quick break. Restroom, all that good stuff. OCOV Kels Tears. What's up, lady? His Lordship, what's up, bro? Trey, T19, what's up, boo boo? You back? All right, guys. So let's continue this. I didn't realize, damn, I've already been on for 3 hours. I didn't even realize I've been on already for 3 hours, y'all. Shit. Nanya! Chuleta! What's up, Chula? And by the way, anybody needs any intro or outro for your show, His Lordship is the man to go to, okay? Lordship, drop your link in the chat so people can follow you in case they want intros or outros for their channels. He's the guy, guys. He's the guy. He's the man to go to. He's the one who did my intros and my outros. Okay? Wonderful job. I love him. Thank you, bro. What's up, Trey 19? What's up, boo boo? I don't know if you've been paying attention to a lot of this R. Kelly shit, but you already know I'm trying to school you too on this because I know you want to know about the case, you know? So now, allegation number 13 talks about, now R. Kelly is going to speak about allegation 13, which is in regards to isolating female guests from their friends and family. So Mr. Kelly said that the women isolated their families because of the family's antics, such as putting out falsehoods about their daughter being a sex slave. Mr. Kelly couldn't even make some of the women go home. One example he gave of parents alienating their daughter involved a woman named Blank, whom he said fell in love with him. Then they redacted this whole sentence, and then it says, when he met her, she had an ID indicating she was 18, and while Mr. Kelly was with Blank in a hotel room, her mother texted her with instructions on how to seduce him while the parents were in the hotel lobby pretending to look for their daughter. Now, I'm going to say this again. Azriel did not have a fake ID. It was her real ID. If you remember, the mother kept telling her, well, since you're not 18, you can't get into the concert. You got to hide your ID. Say you lost it or say you misplaced it. Go back to the hotel room and hide it and do this and do that. It wasn't because the ID said she was 18. The ID said she was 17. She didn't have a fake ID on her. Stop with that fucking narrative. R. Kelly's lying. The only reason why the cops left him be is because she said she was 18 and she called her parents on the phone. So the cops were like, bye, deuces, or security or whoever the hell they were. Now, the parents called the police, then lied to the police about her age. When the police arrived at the hotel room, Azriel showed them an ID saying she was 18, and the police spoke by phone to her parents, who confirmed she was 18, when her mother pretended she was concerned because Azriel wasn't answering her phone. Az said, "You're the one who told me to turn the phone off because you're with a celebrity." Blank later admitted she'd been 17 and that her mother had been sending texts that she'd be at the hotel. Mr. Kelly sent her home the next day. The parents, who had also lied to Mr. Kelly about their daughter's age, tried to get him to approve the marketing of a dildo molded on his penis, and to use her father's $3,000 lights for shows instead of the $2 million lights he was using. He said there is a 40-minute recording of Azriel telling her father that it was the parents who lied to the police about her age, but the court wouldn't allow the defense to introduce this evidence. Another example involved Joy Savage's parents, whom he said lied to her during the COVID pandemic to try to get her to come home, telling her that her grandmother was dying. When Joy's grandmother did die, she wasn't told by her family, but he learned of it from his lawyer and told Joy during a visit. The press then reported falsely that Mr. Kelly made Joy visit him instead of going to her grandmother's funeral, but Joy knew the truth. Oh my God. I'm done. Allegation number 14. Making female guests dependent on Mr. Kelly for their financial well-being. With respect to this claim, Mr. Kelly said that the women lived with him and he supported them, paying for flights, rent, Uber, meals, gifts, shopping, and more. Gregory Preston, who drove and provided security for Mr. Kelly throughout his career, said he knew all the girls who traveled with Mr. Kelly. They all knew me as Uncle Greg. I never had no issues with them. They all spoke when they got the chance. They all called me Uncle Greg with a big smile on their face, looking nice. Like I said, they were well dressed, makeup on, expensive shoes, nails polished, mink coats. Not unexpectedly, those who knew Mr. Kelly best spoke in his defense. Some had first-hand observations related to the allegations that may not have been represented in the trial record. Wow. How would the Savages be able to tell Joy anything when they don't have her number? She is refusing to speak to them, and she is surrounded by handlers. Right, Miss Mimo. It's crazy. And Azriel also testified that she did not have a fake ID. Crazy. All right, so next we're going to go into the psychiatric diagnosis. Okay? So now comes his psychiatric diagnosis. We just went through the allegations and his feelings and his truths or lies about the allegations, right? So now we're going to go into his psychiatric diagnosis. Now, Mr. Kelly has been falsely characterized as a pedophile in countless online stories. So, no credible evidence supports this claim. I am unaware of any charges having been filed against Mr. Kelly alleging sexual misconduct towards prepubescent children. And nothing uncovered in our examination of Mr. Kelly suggests that he has ever experienced any attraction toward prepubescent children or engaged in any grooming behaviors towards that age group, much less that these were a preferred, exclusive, or enduring source of sexual arousal, as would be required before one could entertain a diagnosis of pedophilia or pedophiliac disorder. So, an attraction to adolescents with fully developed secondary sexual characteristics is neither biologically nor psychologically abnormal. So, him being an adult of sound mind and body of the age of over 30, this is normal. This psychiatrist says that an attraction to adolescents with fully developed secondary sexual characteristics, you know, breast and hair in the pubic area, under the underarms, hairy legs, you know, all these things that develop when we're going through puberty, right? When we're actually at the stage that we have our breast in there and things are going on in our bodies. He's saying that the sexual characteristics is neither biological nor psychologically abnormal. It's normal. It's normal. It's normal, guys, for a 40-year-old man to be attracted to a 15, 14, 16, 17, 13-year-old girl. It's normal. Because he's saying neither biologically nor psychologically abnormal. RSK's approach to the law is lie and deny until I die. That's a good one, Miss Mimo. Yes, now Joy has lost two grandparents. Right, Puzzle. Right, go home, Joy. He's not getting out. I agree. So now, as evidenced by the variable social and legal norms regarding age of lawful marriage and age of consent throughout the world and throughout history, obviously sexual contact with anyone known to be younger than the age of consent is prohibited by law. And some of the jury verdicts in the instant trial indicate that the jury believed this to be true of Mr. Kelly. This is not grounds for a psychiatric diagnosis. He didn't need to see the psych doctor because he's attracted to teenagers. Is this what I'm reading, guys? Please put a 1 in the chat if I'm understanding this correctly. Somebody tell me, please. I can't. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yep. That's what I thought. I knew I'm not crazy. I know I'm not crazy. Mm-hmm. Levi, are you crazy? Yeah, you're crazy. Levi, you crazy. Levi. You sound just about as crazy as the psychiatric guy. Mr. Dietes. So, hey, wow. Ta! What's up, baby? It's all right, baby. Don't worry about it. You're always late to a goddamn party. Then he says, I always considered whether a diagnosis of sexual sadism or sexual sadism disorder might be warranted. Oh, that's my mom. Give me a second, guys. Miss me, Miss Mo. You down to give an analysis on this psychiatric's diagnosis? Let me know. I'll drop the link for you if you're down to give your opinion on this. Because pretty much after this, I'm gonna end it, and then I think I'm gonna come back and do another live just to go through the trial transcripts all the way. Like go through all 4,000 pages. But I have certain pages already highlighted. So I'm not going to like go through the whole thing. All right, mama. So I'll give you a couple of minutes and then I'll drop the link. So I'm going to finish reading while you're getting that together, mama. Okay. So now he says that or sexual sadism disorder might be warranted in light of some evidence of spanking, scripting, and apparently humiliating and demeaning behaviors in the video pornography reviewed, because the videos do not reveal who had requested or been aroused by these behaviors. And in the absence of evidence that these behaviors were his preferred, exclusive, or enduring fantasies, desires, or activities, I do not find that the available evidence would support this diagnosis. Oh, wow. So he's saying that he's a little bit of a sadism, a sexual sadism. He doesn't have the disorder, Okay, baby. He doesn't have the disorder, but he does have it a little bit. But it's not really a disorder. Am I right, Miss Me, Miss Mo? Please help me. OM fucking G. So then he says, right, he has several disorders. Yes, he does, Caleb. Then he says, I concur with Dr. Sorrentino and Dr. Martel that the appropriate diagnosis of Mr. Kelly, based on all of the information concurrently available, are learning disabilities, social anxiety disorder, which he's in remission for, panic disorder, post-traumatic stress disorder, most recently from the assault while in custody, but also with at least intrusion and avoidance symptoms following sexual abuse in childhood and after witnessing Lulu's drowning and hypersexuality. Hey, Miss Me, Miss Mo, can you hear me?
Hey. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, go ahead and finish, and I don't need to interrupt. I can come in whenever you're done with whatever you want to do.
Okay, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, sweetheart, for coming up.
For sure. I've been wanting to talk about this one for a while because it's been grossly misinterpreted by a lot of people.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I felt like I needed to go back.
Yeah.
I needed to go back. I really needed to go back.
Yeah.
So now he's also stating that, he sees, hypersexuality. So, in other words, these doctors all agree that the appropriate diagnosis for Mr. Kelly would be a learning disability. He has social anxiety disorder, panic disorder, PTSD, and that the PTSD is from him getting beat up in jail. And what else? Most recently is home in custody, but also with the sexual abuse that he endured as a child, and also PTSD due to witnessing the drowning. And he also has hypersexuality. So this is what they're saying. All right. So that is the end of that, Miss Me, Miss Mo. So I would love to get your beautiful, beautiful opinion on this. And what do you think about all of these?
For sure.
What R. Kelly was his side of the story.
Exactly. So this is one of those things that I'll actually kind of use some of the language that Angie uses sometimes, if you don't mind. When Angie's like, they're looking at a legal document or they're reading a legal document, and Angie will say, they're not writing that for you. They're actually writing it for the court or for legal purposes. Like to a lay person, it's going to read a very different way, but that's not actually what they're saying. This is the same thing, but it's the mental health side. Okay. Right. So what this person is saying is they are describing the behaviors, but as a clinician, you can only diagnose what is consistent with what we call the DSM. So it's the diagnostic manual that has all of the mental health disorders that the American Psychological Association has deemed a disorder.
Yeah,
right?
They said that this is according to DSM-5.
Exactly, which is the most up-to-date version of the book that we use to diagnose people.
Right.
And when you look in that book, it tells you exactly what the criteria has to be and then the severity of that behavior in order to diagnose. So even though somebody might meet all of the criteria, if it is not severe enough that it is impacting their lives or different things, depending upon the disorder, you legally and technically and ethically are not supposed to diagnose them. You can definitely still describe the behavior as something that might be what we call maladaptive, meaning that it's something that could cause you problems, or it's something that it's not a healthy coping skill. However, and you can even describe it as being concerning, but you don't have enough criteria there in order to be able to diagnose. Now, that happens very commonly as one, because when in this particular case, the only thing that he's doing is based upon his interactions and what the information he's gotten directly from R. Kelly. So what he's
Right.
saying is that based upon what he's describing to me, there are some behaviors here that would be deemed inappropriate. There's some arousal. There's some other sorts of things that are listed there, but it does not rise to the level that I can legally, ethically, morally, and with my licensure, that I can actually say that I can confirm this diagnosis. But everything that he's describing there, if you're a clinician, you can clearly see that he's describing pretty much a circumstance where he's like, this is pretty much the lay term. Let me stop myself because I don't want to go down a rabbit hole too bad, because I know you said you got
people will get lost, girl.
yeah, I don't want people to get lost, and I don't want to hold you up. So essentially,
Don't worry about me, I got time today.
Okay, if you are a clinician, or if you have the background like myself or others that have, expertise here, you realize that essentially what this clinician is saying is, yeah, there's a lot of bad stuff going on here based upon what he told me, which is the only way that you can diagnose. You can't diagnose anyone based upon what somebody else told you. It has to be based upon what you are hearing from that particular person directly. That's how you have to do that, especially in the circumstance. So what he's saying is, yeah, all of this sounds really, really bad, but he hasn't told me enough that lets me get there. But pretty much it's saying it's there. It's just not rising to the occasion that I can diagnose it. That's why it's all these little caveats on, and even the language that they're using of, this is not grounds for a psychiatric diagnosis. That is very different from saying my assessment. This is what we would write.
Right. This is an assessment. This isn't a diagnosis.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. The whole point of the assessment is for them to be able to diagnose, right? But what he's saying, when you write, as a clinician, if you write, this is not grounds for a psychiatric diagnosis, that is very different from saying what we would typically do if we found somebody, we meet with them and we're saying this person absolutely does not meet criteria and here's why. And that's the equivalent of us saying they don't have this at all, right? Based upon what they have. That's not what they're saying. He's saying pretty much it doesn't rise quite yet to the level that the DSM says that it has to rise in order for me to be able to diagnose. The DSM, another piece that you might want to know for people who don't realize, the DSM has very few sexual disorders, period. There's only 3 of them, right? And then there's some subcategories.
A lot of it has to do with, like you said, sadism, the pedophilia. Yeah,
and then there's sexual dysfunctions, right? And there's other little caveats under those. So the long story short is that the way this is written, for anyone who has a extensive mental health background, I read this and immediately go, I get what you're saying, bro. Like, he's saying there's a problem here. I'm not denying that there's a problem, but there's just not enough that I can list this down. Now, that said, this happens very commonly, especially in situations where you work with the courts, which I did, and I did exactly this kind of work a lot of the time, is because you typically only get a couple of sessions. If you're lucky, sometimes you only get one time that you can meet with them and try to gather all of this information. Well, typically, if you're going to diagnose for something like these sorts of sexual disorders and that sort of thing, this would be over probably weeks and months of meeting with this client regularly so you can get the full scope. If you're just getting a couple of sessions in, or you're just talking to them a couple of times, it is not uncommon at all for you to say, I don't have enough here that I can diagnose, but this is definitely something that there's something going on here. But for the purposes of this report, I have to list it either I can diagnose or I can't. That's what the courts allow you to do.
But
That
you know,
license allows.
and before he broke all this down, he did explain in the beginning that R. Kelly was comfortable and relaxed in doing this interview, which lasted more than 2 hours.
Yeah.
Or more than 4 hours or something like that, he said.
Which on our end is an extremely small amount of time to be able to diagnose for the conditions that we have. It's not uncommon at all. And again, if you look at it, the last sentence of the first paragraph you have on the screen, the last sentence that you have on the next paragraph as well, it all says the same thing. This is not grounds for a psychiatric diagnosis. And then the other one says, I do not find that the available evidence would support the diagnosis. He's not saying there is no evidence that this behavior is there. He's saying it is not enough to support me legally and ethically diagnosing. Those are two very, very different things. You see what I'm saying? And there are also plenty of one of the bigger things that I want to push out there is that there are so many things that the DSM has gone through 5 iterations, obviously. At one point, being gay was a diagnosis in the DSM. Okay.
Yeah,
at one point. Chart. And then it got, as we learn more research and all that, we make those adjustments. There are also, if you look in the DSM, there's also conditions that we call not otherwise specified, or NOS, if you see that behind someone's disorder. And that means that it's not laid out in the DSM, but there's something there. Does that make sense? There's so many conditions and different circumstances that exist that just don't meet DSM criteria. That's one of the big arguments that we have in the world of psychology is, for instance, now we have male or anorexia. That would be the version for men. At one point, anorexia was only seen as a female condition, right? If a man, however, was going to the gym excessively and not eating and all of those sorts of things, or they were working out excessively, it was no diagnosis. Now there is. So just because he's saying it doesn't meet criteria for a certain condition or what have you, that does not mean that he doesn't have a condition. Everything in this report, quite frankly, from a psychiatric background, is very damning. And it goes on and on and on, talking about what we would say are maladaptive behaviors. And then he finally gets to the end and pretty much says, there's a whole bunch going on here that is not good. Unfortunately, the DSM doesn't let me diagnose it. However, I will say the other stuff that he's told me about his social anxiety, his panic disorder, PTSD. Yep, I got enough information that I can 100% check the box there. It is. Right. And then also talking about, for instance, he goes on and on talking about the hypersexuality and all the stages of that. Pretty much he's grasping at, look, there's so much here that this is a very complex sexual concern with this particular client. However, I did not get enough in these 3 or 4 hours to be able to do that. And the last thing I'll try to share, and then people, if you have questions or you want clarification, you can. We also have an obligation in our field that you are supposed to give what we call the least restrictive diagnosis. What does that mean? That means that you should be diagnosing for the least restrictive thing possible. When you diagnose someone with a sexual disorder, that is something you don't get, you cannot get rid of. It's now with you for life. It's going to limit some things. It can get in, it can cause issues. The same thing if just because somebody walks into my office and they say, oh, I hear voices. I'm not going to immediately say, you hear voices, boom, that's schizophrenia. Why? Because that places certain limitations, that comes with certain stigma. You're not supposed to do that. You would give the least restrictive diagnosis, especially if you've only met with them for a short period of time like this. So in this case, if you're not sure, you absolutely, for your professional ethics, should never give a diagnosis having met with someone this for this short a period of time. Because if you give him this diagnosis of whatever sexual disorder that you choose to give, just because he says, yeah, I was with some teenagers, if you put that jacket on him, then this could be a very restrictive diagnosis, meaning that the law, his family, everybody, his whole entire life could be shaped by that. So you do those sorts of things with great care. You would wait.
Right, because he was abused as a child.
Well, yeah, but that's not an actual side effect of doing that. But that's why he had no problem giving him the PTSD diagnosis from that. But he's not going to just say, okay, within 3 hours, you gave me some information that looks like we might get there to have that sort of sexual or disorder diagnosis, but I didn't get quite enough, and therefore I have to diagnose you either with nothing at all and say, yes, something's there, but there's not enough to diagnose, or I need to give you the least restrictive, and then those diagnoses can increase over time.
Right. So when he talks about over here that he says, I also considered whether a diagnosis of sexual. So what do you think about that paragraph there?
That when he says that, that's one of those things that I say is very damning.
Right.
You're saying, okay, notice what he didn't say. He didn't say, I considered a diagnosis of schizophrenia. I considered a diagnosis of conduct disorder. He didn't say any other sorts of diagnosis. That means, based upon what I heard, that's the bell that rung off in his head. Based upon what he was listening to, he said, hold on, we're getting into this criteria. There's some criteria here that this would be the diagnosis that I would be leaning towards. That's what he's saying in that sentence. He's not. Now, I know Mr. Levi and a lot of other people read this and went, look, he's totally exonerated. That's not what this psychologist is saying at all. He's saying the bells went off based upon what I heard to say, I need to give this some hard consideration. And then he later comes and says, but he didn't give me quite enough to get there, so I don't have enough to diagnose it. So that's what you would be saying if you were just out in the street. You'd be saying, yeah, I think he has that, but I didn't talk to him long enough for me to be able to nail it down for sure. That's what that sentence means.
Okay. And then what do you think about the paragraph above that?
Which one?
He says an attraction to adolescents with fully developed secondary sexual characteristics is neither biologically nor psychologically abnormal, as evidenced by the variable social and legal norms regarding age of lawful marriage and age of consent throughout the world and throughout history. Obviously, sexual contact with anyone known to be younger than the age of consent is prohibited by law. And some of the jury verdicts in this instant trial indicate that the jury believed this to be true of Mr. Kelly. This is not grounds for a psychiatric diagnosis. Okay,
so again, another very damning paragraph as far as I was concerned. But
here's explain this, because I need people to really understand what the hell we're reading here.
Exactly. So I'm going to take it line by line if you're cool with that.
Please, I'm good, girl. We got time today.
Good. So when he says that it's not abnormal to be attracted to a fully developed, okay? So an adolescent with fully developed sexual characteristics.
17-year-old girl, right?
It pretty much what he is saying. And let me break it down first.
Please.
So what he is saying is, it is not physically nor mentally abnormal for anyone to be aroused by someone who is developed, right? So if you have the physical characteristics, it's not, that part of it is not at all what is abnormal, right? It's normal for any of us. If someone is developed or what have you, you can look at them and be like, okay, there's some sort of arousal. That's a natural part, some of which you can't even control, right?
Right.
But what he is saying is, R. Kelly, you just looking at teenagers from afar and being like, wow, that person has a nice body or what have you. that is something that is not abnormal. It can happen, right? People do that.
Right.
But then he follows it up and says, obviously, okay, obviously, though, sexual contact, that's where you go too far. That is prohibited. And then he goes a step further later on and says, based upon what the jury found, the jury thinks he did have contact.
Right.
But what he's saying here, though, is him being attracted to teenagers, that part's not abnormal. But him having sexual contact is not okay. But that's those two in and of itself. The DSM doesn't talk about that.
So in other words, he's trying to say, well, he might be attracted to teenagers. That's okay to be attracted. But once you step over the boundaries, that's another story.
You took it too far. And then he's also saying, and this, of course, prior to all of this, he's also just going paragraph after paragraph going, this guy said some really out there stuff about his attractions, right? He's saying it in a professional way, but he's pretty much saying like, hey, let me give you a whole bunch of how weird or unusual his sexual behaviors are. Right. And now let me come on down again and say, look, him just being attracted, that's not that big of a deal. And also he's telling me he didn't have any inappropriate contact, but the jury said he did. All of that does not reconcile for us to be able to give that diagnosis. That is all this man is saying, or this person. I think it is a man. Yeah, I think
Mr. Dietes.
Yes. So that's what this person is saying. They are not in no way is anything in that diagnosis area an exoneration or a justification or to say, see, he's not a pedophile. That is not the case. That's not what was stated at all if you read that the way that a clinician would.
Thank you for clarifying that for us, please. Wait, I gotta stop this.
Anytime, I am so glad that I finally was able to share that. Like, even when this stuff first hit, I was over here like screaming to myself because I'm like, no. That's not what they're saying. And I was saying that on both sides because I think on the, Team Kel side, they were like, see, there's nothing wrong with him. Nothing, everything he does is totally normal. And that's not what's being read there. And that's the reason this whole sector has a real big problem with reading comprehension, because especially on his side, because they're reading it not to truly comprehend what's there. And you're talking about people who are professionals in their field. So they're talking, like Angie says, they're not talking to you. They're talking to their fellow peers who know what they're trying to say and how you have to write that out in the least restrictive way. But that when I was hearing it, I'm like, no. They're not saying that he's not a pedophile. They're saying I'm sorry, I don't know if I can say that word.
No, that's okay. Don't worry. You can say that on my channel. I don't have restrictions. My channel's for over 18.
Exactly. So I think the people on the, anti-Kel side was like, how is this Dr. Dare sitting up here and saying that he doesn't have a problem? That's not what he's saying at all. He actually did the exact opposite of that. He said there's a real big problem here. And even though he's telling me one thing, the jury clearly saw another. Because he's telling me one thing, I'm kind of forced to say I can't diagnose him right now. That's all he said. And so he's not in any way saying that there's nothing wrong or that he's perfectly okay. He's saying all I got was enough information to diagnose this stuff. But, here's this other part. But then on the Team Kel side, they saw it as a total like, look, he's not a pedophile. There's nothing wrong. He wasn't attracted. The doctor's saying that this is all okay. And that is also not at all what has been stated.
You're absolutely right. I agree with you 1,000%. These people like to, they like to spin shit. Nothing for nothing, but I know that we're on the opposite side, right? Mm-hmm. I know we're on the Team Kel's lock him up side, right? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right, but over here, as far as me, I don't play that word shit, that make believe shit. That I'm not with all of that. I just want to know the truth. I want to get the truth out there. I just want to go through the paperwork, read, comprehend, research, understand, learn what the hell I'm talking about, bring information. I don't want to get personally involved in this case. I don't know R. Kelly. Don't give a fuck about him personally. Like, I used to like his music. I enjoyed his music. I actually supported the man and bought his first CD when he was with Public Announcement. The Honey Love tape, I think it was, or something like that. And then I went as far as when the CDs came out. I went as bought his Double R CD.
Uh-huh.
That was as much as my support went. Once after that Double R CD came out and the whole thing with the tape and all that shit, I was done with him.
Yeah,
even though he still was making music, I would only really rock and listen to the music that he did collaborations with people. I didn't really get back into him personally again. It was just like, oh shit, that's R. Kelly with this guy. Oh, that shit was hot, nice,
Yeah.
See, I wasn't a groupie, a fanatic, none of that shit.
Yeah, I wasn't a fanatic, but I certainly listened and enjoyed his music. And to be honest with you, even though obviously we don't hear his music nearly as much now, but even now, every now and again, if I'm turning a channel or something or a song comes on, quite frankly, it's not like I just dismiss it entirely. Like I never cared about those songs. It literally, it's more for me like a groan of like, why did you have to do that? Like, because I really would love to be able to enjoy these things because the music is what it is, right? But I personally, it's just a moral and ethical thing for myself that I turn the radio station or I turn it off immediately because I don't want to have any contribution to supporting.
I don't want to support none of that music.
I don't knock people who do, but for me, I don't think that's not something that I feel comfortable with. Now, when you were saying what you were saying before too, though, about people just in this sector just like wanting to only see their side, and I feel like you're definitely one of those people who are like me. I just want to have a understanding of the facts.
That's it.
I am not interested in a team. I'm not interested in anybody just reinforcing my thoughts and beliefs. I truly want to understand what took place here as factually as possible and then make a determination on myself. The other thing that people do not like to do in this sector is allow people to still come to their own conclusion that's opposite of them, right? So what happens, and Mr. Levi is very famous for this, it's if for some reason he's like, well, if you or Sky as well will sometimes say, well, a reasonable person would think this. No, a reasonable person could still listen to that information and conclude whatever they see fit. They can still conclude one way or the other. It might be to support R. Kelly. It might be to be against, but they kind of try to push it as if you're seeing it my way, that's the only people.
That's the only way.
And it's not like it is totally possible. And even Mr. I put it in the chat the other day when I was talking to Mr. Levi. It is completely possible for someone to hear those facts, not be biased, and come to either a guilty or an innocent verdict. Both are possible,
right?
For a reasonable, you can't decide or try
somebody that doesn't know anything about R. Kelly at all, never heard of the man ever in life, never.
Yeah,
would be that person.
It would, like, there's some people who literally would just listen to whatever the situation is and be like, okay, this is how I see it, point blank, period. But to assume or believe that anyone who would ever be against him is either conspiring with the government in some way,
Right.
shape, or form.
You're
They
right.
are either whitewashed in some sort of whitewash world that they can't even see all of this injustice, even though personally,
Waterboarding and all types.
you know what I'm saying? Like, it always has to be, well, you have, or you're a victim yourself. You're trying to retaliate about your
Oh
own.
my God! Right, I'm a victim. I hate
Yeah.
R. Kelly's guts. I wish he would be dead, and all these things. Jesus Christ!
It makes no sense because I don't do that same thing when it comes to people who support him. I don't go, well, you're not a reasonable person because you support him.
I actually like some of the fucking supporters. Like,
You know, I talk to any of them. I don't have a problem.
I don't have a problem with people. Period.
Yeah,
What I
and,
have a problem with is people trying to blame me for R. Kelly for being in jail.
yeah, yeah,
And trying to be mad at me because I'm reporting on it. So fucking what?
yeah.
Everybody else on YouTube's done reported about R. Kelly. What the fuck does that
Yes.
mean?
Yeah,
What does that mean? They were all abused too? What the hell?
yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
come on, that shit is stupid already. Stop with that dumb ass line. That shit is retarded.
And obviously, we're talking about a topic that, for all intents and purposes, for the rest of the world, the topic is dead. In their mind, he's in jail. He's in prison. Who cares? Like, nobody. They don't think about him. But we obviously, there's still something that still has thousands of people in this sector that is still intriguing. There's still a lot of mystery to it. It's just this ultimate black true crime story that we're all still
I agree.
But I don't understand
Black true
as well
crime
why
story,
people don't look at. But I think within this sector, they try to put all these markers in place of, well, if you're talking about it, this, that, and the third. Well,
You're
again,
obsessed.
true crime. This is now a true crime topic, and true
Yes, it
crime is one of the most popular podcasts, YouTube
It
channels,
sure
all of that.
is.
And
Yes.
there are plenty of people who just, that's all they do is they dig into one case or the other,
Yeah.
or they just talk about all kinds of cases. This is our true crime case, and we continue to pull it apart. That's just what it is. It's not that person is targeting. Like, if you go to any
This is
other
entertainment and education all at the same time.
yeah, if you go to any other true crime channel, no one in the chat is saying you're targeting that person. You know, you're out to, get them because you bring it up. It's expected. Hey, everybody should be able to talk, and you go over to this channel, you hear their information, you go to that one, and so you can truly form your own opinion.
And there's more of them than there is of us.
What do you mean?
Meaning there's more people for him than there are against him.
You think so?
In the sector. In the sector.
In the sector. Yeah.
In the sector. In
Yeah.
the sector.
Yeah.
Not around the world. In the sector. We're talking about the sector.
Yeah.
You
In the
know,
sector.
so I don't get it. I don't understand what's all the fucking hostility for. I just don't get it.
Well,
I'm
and
so
because
tired of it already.
most people now, and even when I got into it, at least most people were only in it because they wanted to hear and experience an echo chamber of their own ideas and thoughts, and as opposed to truly coming to it to be like, let me truly accept the facts that are presented. That is one thing that I don't get with the people who support him, of how they can convince themselves that the video they saw and the audio they saw and even the transcripts, everything, they can convince themselves that it's fake. They can convince themselves it didn't happen, it didn't exist. Just the same way as there's still people who are walking around right now saying, oh, Joe Biden isn't really the president. Like, your eyes don't see him everywhere. You know what I'm saying? It's that same, to me, it's
I
that
know
same
Joe Biden is going
reality.
through shit. You know what? I honestly didn't vote this year either. I didn't vote for him. I didn't vote for Trump. I didn't vote at all. I just didn't trust neither one of them. I ain't even gonna lie.
But here's the thing. My thing is the people who can convince themselves it wasn't a riot on January 6th. This person.
Right. There was no riot. Right.
The
president didn't entice it.
Yeah, and but my thing is, how do people get to a point, whether it's with the R. Kelly sector or with other things in life, that you can just absolutely convince yourself, whatever it is, it just doesn't exist in my world. And even though when those facts are in front of you, when that video, the tape that came out in when that came around, How can you convince yourself that wasn't true? When we see the marriage
We've
certificate with
seen
Aaliyah,
everything.
how can you convince yourself that's not a real marriage certificate? Then? Like, how do you get to that place of just
Now, the first, I was looking at the one that they showed in the magazine, Vibe or whatever, and then the one that they presented now in court. They are two different certificates, yo.
Are they really? How is that possible?
The marriage license numbers are different.
That's weird.
The numbers are different. The one that was presented in court starts with an M something something. The one that presented in the papers when it first came out was 9 something.
See, I didn't know that, but I don't like that. That now
Now
that should be brought into
shit
question.
made me- Now, I went and I looked back to see what the marriage licenses looked back in 1994 compared to the ones in 2021.
Okay.
Now they were different.
Obviously, in that amount of time, yeah, it would be.
They were different. They're now different. They now look like the birth certificates.
Okay.
They're kind of stamped the same with the blue border and the
Yeah. Because it's that security paper. It's printed on the paper, so you can't copy it.
Right. So it looks
stuff.
like it's a dollar bill kind of paper.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
And back then it was just white with the seal on the bottom.
Yeah.
And the border, but the border was different. So I said, well, maybe it's because they had to, how do you call that shit? Remember, they had to bring it back up. They had to, I forgot what you call it now.
Microfiche.
Right. They had to bring it back out of archives.
Yeah.
So therefore, maybe they reprinted it out on the new paper.
Well, you could, but still, the number shouldn't change.
But the number shouldn't change, right?
No, that number should not change. So now I will stand to say, if that is the case, I now put a little bit of question mark there, even though I still think with the preacher and everything else, the evidence suggests.
No, the evidence was definitely there, but
I didn't know
something happened. Something was definitely finagled. Something was definitely finagled there.
Hold on a minute, hon. I need to take a call real quick, but I'm coming back.
Go ahead. So, like I was saying, I think something was definitely finagled. I'm gonna put you on mute, Mama. So, I don't know what. I gotta see if I can. Darn, I don't know. I gotta look through my stuff, guys. I gotta see where I put it. I don't even remember where the hell I put it, to tell you the truth. I want to see if I can find it for y'all. Let me see. Let me see if I did it here. Oh, I think I did. Oh, I did. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna try to send this. Let me share to. All right, let me open up my sending again. Let me show y'all. I'm gonna. Didn't I do this yesterday already? Oh, it's making me update. All right, give me a second, guys. I'm gonna try to pull it up. I'm gonna try to pull up the licenses. Give me a second. Oh yes. Okay. I can't believe this shit got an update right now. Give me a second, guys. I got 10 minutes before I lose the.
You had the miracle in
all right. Receive key. What's the number?
You got it, boss.
2
I can help you understand.
8.
Entire life study right true. You were the one who killed the shadow. He chose. He was here.
I'm gonna bring up the other one too. Where did I have that? It's almost there, guys. Give me a second. Come on.
But I didn't want Shadow to die. I cared for her too. You know that I did. I don't care. You said we were brothers. You said that. Is that how you did it? Is that how you pointed the gun at her?
Okay. Well, let me see if I can find the other one.
Be a mercy. You cannot die.
Oh,
Okay, I'm sorry about that.
no, that's fine, sweetheart. Okay, here we go.
Till you have now.
All right, let me.
This man, and you will.
All right, I found it, Miss Mo. Let me show it to you.
Okay.
Let me stop sharing the screen.
I know you and I hard to excuse your behavior tonight. This is the way you're going to act around me from now on. Then don't come by the house anymore.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, now.
Let me I gotta go full screen myself because I need to see every detail here.
So I'm gonna try to zoom it. Okay. All right. Now let me know if you can see.
Which one? This is the one from the court case, right?
This is the one from the court case.
Okay. Yeah, I see.
Now you see the numbers, the license number?
I do.
It says M. I think that's an I. I'm not sure.
I think it's M19949.
Yeah,
28.
28.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. You see it says between Robert S. Kelly, 27, Aaliyah, 18, August 31st was the date of the marriage.
Okay.
Name, it was the ceremony by Nathan.
Yeah.
Rosemont, Illinois. Date recorded was September 6th of 1994, and the application date was August 30th of 1994.
Okay.
So they got the application on the 30th, got married on the 31st, the next day, and they actually registered and recorded everything into the records. September 6th of 1994 is when they actually got the marriage license and all that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now let me show the other one.
Lex, come. What can I do for you? There's no food out here in Stalin City. Don't talk too much.
All right, now.
Okay, yeah, you can see it's the older version. Can you zoom in a little bit?
I'm gonna zoom
Oh,
in.
okay. Oh, sorry. Thanks. Oh, that number is well, the back end of that number is the same though. Can you I don't know if you could I wish we could split screen.
I wish I could do it too.
Okay, so hold on. I'm gonna type the number in I'm gonna take a picture with it for my phone so
Okay.
and I'm gonna ask you to bounce back to the other picture because then
Okay.
I might have a theory for this. Hold on, I'll tell you once I've taken a picture.
Okay.
That way we can remember. Okay, I took a picture.
All right, so I got two of them. I got the two of them side by side in front of me though.
Okay, so can you go to the other one? The new one.
All right. 9428. Yes, baby, you're right.
Thank
It
you.
is the
So
same.
let me tell you what I believe happened here. So what happened is for all of like when you know how it is, you get a system, and that system, like whatever system you're using that log stuff, your database, if you will,
Right.
sometimes it'll make you put a series of whatever in the front of it because of course they wanted to have enough numbers that you could have millions of billions and billions of these numbers and never run out, right? So they probably when they
When they
put all of
resurfaced
them, yeah. So when they put all of the old ones into the new system, the numbers stay the same, but they just put whatever that indicator is on the front end of it because that's what the new system uses. You know, these old systems
right. See,
realized they needed that. So it is the same marriage. It's just the updated version of it with the
right.
yeah.
That's what I was figuring, but I wasn't sure. Now that I actually compared the two of them side by side with all of you guys here live.
See, we
Now
figured
we
it out,
know.
girl. We figured it
Amen.
out.
Hallelujah. Sister, we done cracked the motherfucking code, okay?
Yeah.
Kaleidoscope, eat that shit.
Girl, you know, don't nothing get past me. I got a hawk eye, and my whole feel is to put one.
Kaleidoscope.
Look for the discrepancies, looking for the same thing. So as soon as I saw that back end number, I was like, those are the same numbers that I remember seeing part of.
Girl, I'm glad you with me, Miss Mom.
Yes, indeed.
Because you know when
are people saying that they're different? Because I mean, when you
yes, kaleidoscope, the conspiracy theories.
No,
the conspiracy theorists on YouTube.
No, that's not that. No, I didn't even know who that was. I've never seen that. I didn't even know there was a. I thought you were like just saying something. I don't know.
I'm talking about the one that bakes cakes on YouTube.
Oh, I don't. Who knows? I don't follow everybody. I don't know.
I don't know if you know them, but I call them promo hoe.
Oh.
Right. For some reason, this promo hoe got an issue with me. So you know.
Oh. Well, I'm
she
not
getting trying to battle me and shit in her community war and shit. Like, girl, go sit down. Girl.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get in the middle of that, but I will say it to me. It's abundantly clear there that this is just how the new. This is how the new system. Whenever they said, "Hey, we're gonna," or for instance, perhaps back in the day, they said, "Okay, we can just use regular numbers." But then when you decide, 2 decades down the road, when now technology is at play, hey, we actually want to update, and all the new numbers will have this in front of it. You have to still grandfather in all of the old ones. So that's all this happened. It's just this.
Right. Look at what Mertice said. She said this same process is used with some part numbers when ordering parts for some appliances.
Exactly. It happens all the time.
Isn't that interesting? Mm-hmm. Oh my God.
I even remember, so I've had my license since I was 16, right? But so in Virginia, when I first got my license when I was 16, my license number was just a very short number, like maybe like 6 digits, 5 digits, something in the case, something like that. And then, of course, later on, Virginia changed, and they changed the numbers. They changed the license numbers to where you have numbers and letters in your license, right? As far as your license ID. And I remember that the last part of the old numbers are still a part of my new numbers. You see what I'm saying? Like,
okay.
Yeah, that just makes total sense. Right. That's all that is. He married
her. So we cracked the code.
Yeah, he married her.
Well, 100%. So it wasn't a fake marriage license. It was just the old version of the marriage license. Yes. Now they brought in the newer version of the marriage license.
And that's the reason why it's printed on that updated paper and stuff. remember I told you that paper that they have is like
Was
security
different.
paper. Well,
Yes.
it's security paper so that if you try to make a copy of it, you saw that void.
Void.
If
Yes,
you're looking
ma'am.
at it in person, you're not going to see that. But if you make a copy of it, it's going to do that.
It's gonna
So in
print out
order to
that
be
way.
able to print new copies of it and not have to go dig back into an old cardboard box to make copies anytime someone requests it, they just put everything into the new system and will print a new version of it or an updated version of it. But still, it's a valid license that has been previously, the microfiche is, probably around somewhere. Or the because they don't have those physical documents anymore. Those would have been discarded.
See how that works, y'all. We some smart ass mofos over here.
Yeah, but my point
We don't work on conspiracy theories, honey. We work on facts, on facts, on facts.
No, there's so many of them, and honestly, they don't hold muster. They don't hold muster, these conspiracy theories that people come up with. Once you start asking, because that's my thing, I'm going to keep asking questions until the story makes sense. So if that's your conspiracy, I'm going to keep picking it apart until I get to a point where I'm like, yep, I actually believe that one. But once I pick it apart and it starts falling apart at the seams, you have to let that theory go. You can't just hold on to it just because you like Step in the Name of Love. Just say that.
It's right. Like, that's like the whole conspiracy theory of the government wants him because his
Yeah. They want him and Bill Cosby because they wanted, they were going to take over the world.
Right. What does the government want from R. Kelly that they can't produce themselves?
Yeah.
The government makes their own money. Why would they want R. Kelly's?
Yeah.
The government don't give a fuck about his music. Why would they want it?
Yeah. The government does not receive money from songwriting, which is R. Kelly's largest talent, and quite frankly is a savant. I mean, exceptional at it. But there's no benefit from the government.
Right. They're not going to
keep him under their control, and him of all people. There were, quite frankly, far bigger stars. He was a big one. Don't get me wrong. He was definitely a big star. But there were far bigger people with more resources, why would it just be him and Bill Cosby?
Right. I mean, there were other men too, and they were white men.
Thank you.
White men. I'm tired of hearing about the black and white bullshit. It has nothing to do with black and white, bro. It has to do with them combating human trafficking. And this is something that has been going on since 2012. That Obama became president and he started it. And then Trump finished it and made it even more stricter.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he made sure that people were going in on it. And now it's even more a focus in Congress.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So they're trying to get anybody they fucking can. And if they have to start with Bill Cosby and end with motherfucking R. Kelly, then that's what it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, come on. It's time to take our uncles off the streets.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because a lot of these uncles are being hidden in plain sight, and their families and friends are protecting them.
Yeah.
And
making
it's about
excuses
time that shit stops.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah. And that's what happened here. What happened here was a natural shift in the culture, as has happened many times before in our history about various other topics. There was a shift in the culture where all of a sudden a disenfranchised group of people, in this case, that would be sexual assault victims, right? That we finally received, our voices were being heard, right? And I say that as like an ally, so our voices are being heard, and then you go, no, that's not okay. Well, no, it's not that the voices, or even you saying, well, in the past, back in the day, that was normal. That is still not to say that it was acceptable.
Age ain't nothing but a number was normal. R. Kelly made it even more normal by coming out with that song. Yeah. He made people adapt to that. Mm-hmm. Now the 90s was even more where you saw older men picking up young girls at junior high schools and high schools in cars, and half of them were drug dealers, hustlers, married men, and we saw all of this. All of this did happen in the 90s. Everybody was cool with it. But in reality, it was all illegal shit going on.
And that doesn't mean that those same people, just because it was accepted at that time, that doesn't mean that those individuals didn't still experience trauma. We just didn't understand it in the way that we do now. There's a reason why it's frowned upon. Also, I'll even go so far as to say people allowed it, but it was still a thing that was seen as, at least from my experience, it was still seen as risque.
It was still frowned upon, yeah.
Because like if my homegirl was like, "Oh, I gotta tell you something, my man, I got this guy that I'm talking to, and we're 16, and she's like, and he's 27, he's 25." We would have been like, "What?
What? Yes, yes.
You're with that guy that old." You know what I'm saying? It's, even though it wouldn't have been like, you know, oh my gosh, like
he's a predator. Oh my God, you gotta get away from him.
Yeah, but it still would have. It still was something that we knew. It was still something that we definitely knew was something that was
wrong.
Like it was unusual, and it was something that was like, oh my gosh, you're doing something so risque because you're with someone who's so much older than you. We still knew that it was not good, just based upon those reactions. It was just, we didn't know, hey, you should call the cops.
Right. It was more like, oh, now you gotta sneak around, be careful your mother finds out.
And why would you have, and here's the thing, why would you have to sneak around? Because it was already accepted in the culture then that it was not cool to do it.
Right.
And then the few people that their parents approved of it, right? The few that have parents similar to what we have here.
Mine did.
So those ones, we would always look at those parents as like, her mom lets her do that. You know, like that's an exception, right? It was like, okay, this is a mom who, or whatever, that's taking a different approach than most other parents.
Right.
It was not something that was accepted. Parents were not still just willy-nilly allowing that to happen. It was still something that was taboo because it was inappropriate then.
My mom actually let me date the guy. I was 16, he was 26. He was 10 years older than me. And, you know, people were whispering and talking they shit, whatever, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But my mom already had knew that I was having sex. And she knew that I was dating. And so she was okay with the guy because he came in respectful. He asked permission. He actually asked permission to date me. He actually went and asked my mom if it was okay if we were dating. And she was like, okay, as long as you respect her, you don't abuse her, you treat her right, you'll be all right. Because if not, I'm coming for your motherfucking head.
Mm-hmm.
And I only dated him for a very short time. I think it was about maybe like 7 months.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't long because come to find out, not only was he a drug dealer and an ex-convict, but he was also a dope fiend.
Oh, see?
So, and I almost got arrested. Like, thank God I was holding his drugs. Thank God.
Gosh.
Thank God the cops let me go. They took me off the wall. They didn't even search me.
Wow.
They were like, she's young, whatever. I was like, I'm just here. I was just at the store. You know, I didn't tell them that I was with my boyfriend and that's my man right there. And it was just, look, I just came to the store. I don't know what's going on. Okay, go. And they had all the other niggas up on the wall at gunpoint.
Can I make another analogy between what you just said and this R. Kelly case?
Yes, of course.
So in this case, and just y'all ride with me now, okay? Yeah. So in this case, there was a situation where Jane Doe number 5 was in the room and the police came and pretty much they botched the job of checking her ID and confirming, or when they did do it, they turned a blind eye and just kind of said, go about your way or whatever the case may be, right? Well, did the same thing not kind of happen to you? Like you're saying, you're carrying drugs for this person. You're up against wall, and the police didn't even bother to search you. They're just like, okay, go ahead. The same thing happens. Police do shoddy work occasionally, right? And so it is possible. People act like, well, it's not possible that she had a fake ID or that she wasn't 18 because the police would have caught it. The police overlook things all the time.
Yep. And 9 out of 10 times it was probably security, not police officers.
Well, I think here's my theory on that. I think that it was police officers, but here's the thing. A lot of police officers make big time money doing that side gig work. And it is not uncommon at all to say, like, I'm not going to go. How do you think you're going to get that side gig money when R. Kelly's in town if you just busted him for having an underage person in his room? So if you and I believe, if I'm correct, as I'm sorry, Jane Doe number 5 said that they gave him their card or something and offered and said, hey, if you ever need security, let us know. So if they are thinking that this might be the opportunity where I can seem like I'm the cool cop, and then he ends up hiring me and I get to make $2,000-$3,000 in a weekend doing a job on the side, I would be better off to turn a blind eye, make sure he has my card and he returns the favor than I would have been to actually hold him to account because I'm looking at this ID. That's
right. Right. You know what? And I was thinking that too. You know, there's so many avenues. Those cops or security, whomever the hell they were, did not do their job. I'm sorry.
No.
They didn't do their job.
No.
And the parents being in the lobby and lying, they didn't do their job either. I mean, I can't.
Yeah.
Those parents,
yeah, I really am disappointed in
I really am. I was all gung-ho for them. I was supporting him and, you know, fighting and taking his back and all of that. But then you lied. You broke my fucking heart.
Yeah.
You broke my fucking heart. He broke my fucking heart. He lied.
Yeah.
He had us looking like fucking fools. He used us all.
Yeah.
No matter what, we still support Azriel because at the end of the day, she's the one who was in this relationship. She's the one that was being used and abused by her parents and R. Kelly.
Yeah. And y'all had a much closer relationship. I didn't even, I came in after all of that had broken up or what have you, but y'all had a much closer direct relationship with that individual, with the father. And I think honestly, just an I'm sorry or a my bad would have probably went a long way based upon what y'all have said. But when I came in, he was already on Instagram. I followed him on Instagram and he was like ranting about all these people on YouTube. And I'm just like, who is he even talking about? I wasn't even on YouTube like that at that time. Okay. And so I actually ended up partially finding this sector because he kept ranting about people. And once finally he named somebody. Okay. And I was like, let me just go and see what all this is. Because he was just going on and doing these rants like every day. And, all these YouTubes and all this stuff. And he would just rant about him. Like, honestly, people who just following you, we wouldn't even know that anything's happening on YouTube if you wouldn't keep coming over here and saying what's happening. So I think what we now know that, you all were potentially misled and what have you, I think even if he would have stopped instead of all that ranting and everything else, if he would have just said,
Listen, I apologize, guys.
I made some mistakes. I was
feeling this way or that way.
It would have gone, I think, a long way to him being able to salvage some of the relationships. But instead, he just walked against it and started attacking people.
Yes. And because we were blowing them up. We were finding out things and then pointing the finger at him and saying, hey, what's going on?
Yeah.
And I was answers. And he didn't like that. He was feeling pressure.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then he said, oh, but if you don't support me, you don't support your daughter. No, fuck you. We don't support you, motherfucker. We support your daughter.
I did notice that he did kind of make it at some point. At times, it would seem like he was kind of thinking it's a package deal. I gotta have the same level of support pretty much no matter what as my daughter. And if you can't support me,
then you can't support. They start blocking everybody and doing all that crazy shit. Like what? You know what? Fuck you. You bugging out, man.
Yeah, it could. I think it could have just been resolved in a much more amicable way. Because here's the thing: if nothing else, y'all clearly were dynamic together. Like,
Yeah.
you know
You
that,
know, we were a family. We built a family, you know, and
and the amount of awareness that you were able to spread, and the fact that this even conversation is continuing on now. Like I said, in a true crime fashion, as it may be, y'all are still out there crusading for a movement that helped his family in a really significant way. If
right,
nothing else, you should be able to say, look, I can't be mad at these people.
right. And the only thing we did was just bring out information, tell the story, try to debunk the lies that were being told. And that was pretty much it. There was nothing really we could really do to help the situation out. That's the
Mhm.
parents to do, not
Mhm.
us.
Mhm.
We were you know, Larry was the closest and the most involved. And
Oh,
look
okay.
where it got him, you know?
Yeah. And I
Kids
mean, I
hurt,
mean,
and,
I
and
can
now
only imagine
everybody's
how
like
he.
he's always being attacked and it's not fair.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I was
It's
gonna
not
say. I
fair.
can only imagine what he, for him to have, for whatever his reasons, motivations, whatever it may be, for him to have engaged himself in something that, quite frankly, could have been dangerous to him.
Yes, very dangerous.
It could have been very dangerous to
Very
him.
dangerous.
He
It
put
was.
himself out there to do
Come
that,
on, he
and
got
then
thrown out of his crib. He
yeah,
had to move twice. Like,
yeah,
come on.
and to have his trust betrayed, and now to have this lingering over him still, where people are
Right.
mentioning his name, and you got
Yes.
WAC 100 and people
Right.
starting to quote that you doing something that you did not even do, and
Right.
you're just sitting back there instead of just standing up and saying, look, this person did not have this involvement. That's just general integrity. It would be nice to see something like that from the father at some point, hopefully. But I feel extremely awful for him, for
Me too.
Larry, all the time, to see the things that people do and say.
I miss him. I miss him coming out and
Yeah,
giving us good laughs and good commentary and
he's
speaking
hilarious.
his, you know,
Yeah,
speaking his side of the law and what he thinks and what he feels and what he understands. And,
yeah,
you know, like I said, he's the GOAT and it is what it is. We miss you, Larry.
yeah. And I mean, here's the thing. I don't know if he feels this way or not, but I think for myself, if I was Larry, I would also feel like,
Larry
honestly,
feels like
almost
shit.
I would feel like King on the Hill, and I'm gonna tell you why. That man, just him being him, elicits so much emotion out of people,
Yeah.
elicits so much conversation out of people. Just one individual is
Yeah.
still the center of so much conversation
That
just
means
for
he did
making
his
one
job.
move. He is like, you cannot deny that there is something that's extremely special about a
Yes.
person who can do that.
Mhm. Very much so.
Because
Very much so.
most people, you just move on and you just don't even care. He can make one video, make one statement, show up for 2 minutes, and literally rock the whole sector.
Look what he did with the text messages.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Whenever I
Larry! Oh man. You. He drove people out their minds. To this day, motherfuckers are still doing commentary about these text messages
yeah,
that came out how many months ago?
yeah.
I can't.
And the fact that, well, back to a little bit about my point though earlier, is that some people in the sector will convince themselves of anything, the same way that so many people convince themselves that Larry was a government informant.
Right.
And the document, they filed motion after motion about this. They keep mentioning it, wasting the time and energy of
The courts and the
some of
papers, the
the
ink
most
and all that.
expensive lawyers on the market, because you keep saying that this person is an informant and there's no documentation that
Right. The
supports
government
it.
already came out and said, look, we investigated this about the guy. This is all we know about him. There ain't nothing else to talk about. Like, what the fuck you want more from us?
Yeah.
He ain't do nothing. He ain't even really involved. Who is this guy? He did one thing. He sent us a bunch of emails about these fucking goofies on YouTube. That was it.
I don't.
And it had nothing to do with the case. It just had to do with harassment of the victims. That's it.
Yeah. And he, because he was dealing with his own situation, happened to have contacts with the federal government and was able to put somebody in contact. Like, that's not, it's just
I
not
was
an
able to get in
unusual
contact
thing.
with them. All I had to do was look up Angel Cruel, Miss Geddes, and look up their emails and type away.
And you could do it. Yeah.
It was that easy. Wasn't difficult.
It's not hard to put somebody in contact. Like, for instance, that's no different than if something's going on with your car. And I just got my car fixed the other week here by the mechanic down the street. I'm going to, of course, say, you want me to put you in touch with my guy? He was really good. Right. And that's not saying that I have a horse in the fight of how you get your car done, or that I get to go and then dictate how the mechanic is involved and know how much you pay. No, that means I just made a connection for you because you're saying you want to talk to somebody. So if he's saying, look, I know I'm connected to the feds, you're saying you want to talk to the feds, here's the number. Why is that automatically you're an informant?
Right. You're absolutely right. Just because he's in contact with the government, right away he's an informant because he had his own case, because he said that he was helping out with the case and da-da-da-da-da. So therefore, he's an informant. He was just letting the courts know what he's doing right now with himself.
Yeah.
That was it.
Yeah.
He was just saying, I'm out here, this is what I'm doing. I'm not working, but I'm working on YouTube and I do this and I do that.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all. That's all he did.
Yeah.
So the government was lenient on his sentencing because of the fact that he's been out of trouble since he got in trouble. And the fact that he helped with the case and dropped dime on some of his peoples.
Yeah.
Period.
Well, and perhaps I'm sure it's always going to look good on any sort of person who's facing time if the government is able to say this person has been cooperative, right? We all know that that's a positive thing that people would say. But here's the thing. When it comes to Larry, I don't get how the same people who relish in R. Kelly beat his old case, that they will still be the same people that will criticize Larry for allegedly connecting at Jane Doe number 5 with the feds to potentially help his own case.
Right.
Who would not? I don't understand how you can be like, yeah, beat the case. And then when somebody else does whatever to try to help lessen their case that they're not going to be able to beat, who's not going to try to influence so that you don't have the worst consequence? Who's not going to use that opportunity to the government to be like, look, I'm not trying to cause any problems with y'all. I just need y'all to give me a few months and get me back out here on the streets.
Right.
What was he supposed to do?
Right. He had to do what he had to do, just like 6ix9ine. That kid 6ix9ine had to do what he had to do no matter what, man. It was either him or them.
Right, that's true. He's worrisome, though.
And they weren't fucking worrying about him. So what did he have to do? He had to worry about himself.
No.
Same thing with Larry. He had to worry about himself.
Yeah.
Niggas wasn't worried about him. They could have given fucking less if he did 30 years in jail.
Exactly.
It was either him or them, and he had to do what he had to do. Fuck that shit.
Yeah.
I would have done the same shit.
Well, and because those street politics don't play out, right? So everybody, all this don't snitch and, go to your grave, take charges for people for stuff you didn't know, have people come in, like they were literally on that man's life, 6ix9ine. They were literally threatening his life, and he's still supposed to sit there and stand on some sort of street cred that would mean nothing if he's behind the wall.
Right. Like he said, niggas try to kidnap him. They try to fuck his baby mama. They try to steal from him. All these types of shit. And he's supposed to be like, well, I'm going to take the fall for everything. I don't know anything. No, fuck that nigga. Fuck that nigga. Fuck that nigga too. Fuck all y'all. Y'all all going to sit in jail if I got to be here too.
Yeah. My only issue with him was that he constantly portrayed the opposite of what he really was. He really was not knee deep in a lot of that stuff, right? He was literally just a pickup, but he was talking such a big game that a lot of people looked at it as like, okay, well, if you was talking it, then go ahead and live it. Well, I blame the people more so who brought him in and let them in his circle, because you could have looked at that kid and saw he is not built for that. He's not built for none of this. You could anybody a decent street person would have looked at him and been like, if he get caught up on something, he definitely gonna tell.
Right.
I'm telling you that right now.
You're absolutely right. You know, I just say, people, sometimes you got to do what you got to do to protect yourself.
Yeah.
Sometimes people do what they have to do to protect others. You know, and some people do it whether it's right or wrong.
And some people have their lawyers
No.
work on their behalf. Right? Because that's what R. Kelly did to protect himself.
Right.
The videotapes, the letters, these
Right.
lawyers that he would take people into and have them sign off on letters and, you know, all this stuff like that. Like, he just had enough money that he could do it in a more expensive and elaborate way.
Right. Now, I wanted to continue reading this mitigation report, and then I'm going to end my live because I got to go down to my mom.
Yeah, and I can jump off. I'll go ahead and jump off. My bad.
Okay, no, you don't have to, sweetheart. You don't have to come off at all. You could sit there and you know, I'll read and we can analyze together until I get off. Because
Okay,
I'm only
yeah.
gonna go through this little bit of portion here, and that's it. And then I'm gonna end the live.
Okay, cool.
All right, so let's so as I was saying, this is the mitigation report, right? And here in this portion, it talks about R. Kelly's relationships. So I highlighted this part where he says that Mr. Kelly began dating blank, whoever this person was, right? When she was 17 years old. I'm sorry, when he was 17 years old and she was 15 years old. They met much earlier at Louise Wither Grammar School. Then he says blank was one of the few students who would not laugh at him or bully him. She tried to help him read. Mr. Kelly was shy at the time, but later at Kenwood Academy High School began a dating relationship with blank. And he said, I'd be the oldest person in the class. She would always help. I'd cling to her. Then he said blank encouraged him to perform in the talent show. He told her he was too shy, and she suggested that he put on dark glasses and act like he was blind. Pause. Now, if I remember correctly, didn't Bruce Kelly say in Surviving R. Kelly that when R. Kelly was younger and he started out with the singing thing and he was shy and all of that, that Bruce Kelly was the one who told this brother, well, maybe you should wear the shades so that you don't see people. Isn't that,
That does sound familiar. I can't say it for certain, but it does sound familiar. I think he did say something like that.
Right? So where is this coming from?
He didn't remember it.
That's why I can't. So now R. Kelly's saying that the idea came from a girl from school that he was dating when he was younger. So
Bruce is a mess.
After the talent show, his high school experience changed. He said all of the girls started screaming all of a sudden. I was famous, a popular guy in high school. From that one talent show, he began cheating on blank because all the girls were coming after me, even the uppity up girls. He said girls were going up to me. I was with girls in the bathroom. Huh? Huh? Then he said I'd go to their houses for sex. After dropping out of high school, he lived with blank in her grandmother's basement and later rented an apartment with her. Blank ended the relationship because of his infidelity. Mr. Kelly said I was so hurt. My mom said these things happen. You have to be honest with these women. He said he started being honest with women after the relationship ended with blank. He told women, including his wife Andrea, that he loved to be with women, indicating his non-monogamous nature. I fucking can't. So, R. Kelly, his mother told him to be honest. Miss me, Miss Mo.
Yeah.
And he said he started to be honest with women and letting them know that they were with other women. But I don't know.
But you lied about everything else.
Right, but think about Surviving R. Kelly and other interviews and things of this nature, right? A lot of these women said they didn't know about the girls at first until after he threw the girls in to have sex with other girls. Like Faith Rogers had said, "Oh, I was in the room waiting for Kelly. He came in, and then there was a knock at the door, and it was Joy."
Yeah, that's true. He kind of
Joy-
springs them. He kind of springs the other people up on them sometimes. Yeah.
Right. So how are you being honest and upfront? I'm confused. How does this work?
Yeah. No, you.
Right.
Well, and also, you're not being honest about your STD status, STS status. You're not being honest about, a host of these videos and all these other things that you're doing. You're not being honest about the fact some people definitely did not know that you had a wife. I didn't know that he had a wife until Basketball Wives came on, and that's
a lot
the
of
truth.
people didn't know.
Not Basketball Wives, Hollywood Exes or whatever that show was.
Yeah, Hollywood Exes. You're right.
I had no idea that he was ever married, ever.
Okay. Now, then he says that at the age of 23, Mr. Kelly dated blank, a 19-year-old dancer. He described this relationship as different because he told blank that he was seeing other women. He said, "What my mom says still works. To be real, she continued to see me." He described blank as very freaky, as I was too. Referring to their sexual behaviors, they filmed their sexual encounters. Mr. Kelly said this was the first time he filmed a sexual encounter. He ended the relationship after 4 or 5 years after blank wanted more exclusivity in the relationship. Now, wait a minute. Andrea said to her, she did say it too, that if she knew that he was that deep into being with other women and having all these other women around, she wouldn't have gotten that deeply involved.
Is that who's they're referring to in this paragraph? That's
Andrea, yes, the 19-year-old dancer Andrea.
Wow.
Then he goes to talk about Aaliyah. Mr. Kelly met Aaliyah at the age of 24 or 25. Aaliyah, who was 13 or 14, was the niece of Barry Hankerson, Mr. Kelly's account manager. He was introduced to Aaliyah by Mr. Hankerson, who asked Mr. Kelly to help her musical career. Mr. Kelly spent 2 years working with Aaliyah to help produce her. During that time, her mother Diana frequently accompanied Aaliyah to meet with Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly described spending time together with Aaliyah and Diana. And then there's something redacted. And then it says, this, according to Mr. Kelly, led to ongoing conflict between him and Diane. He said that Aaliyah wanted to travel to Chicago to continue to work with him. This led to a conflict between Aaliyah and her mother. Aaliyah eventually traveled to Chicago against her mother's wishes. Mr. Kelly, now remember, this is what Mr. Kelly is telling this guy.
This is his account.
Right. Mr. Kelly saw Aaliyah in Chicago, which continued to cause conflict between Aaliyah and her mother. He said she wanted to get married. He described feeling like he was in trouble because she was already in Chicago, which was against her parents' wishes. He told her if they married, she'd had to go home. They married in a hotel in Chicago. She then went home. Mr. Kelly said the marriage was annulled 3 days later.
Can I just say something? And again,
that's a lie.
That came, but even so, that is what he said out of his mouth.
Right.
He said, I married Aaliyah. That's why this man has written this down. When he met with him for those 4 hours, R. Kelly told him, I married Aaliyah and the marriage was annulled. So why are people still saying that they were not married? This is out of R. Kelly's own mouth.
And they're saying it was a publicity stunt, because if it was, he would have said we had a plan to marry because it was a publicity stunt, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, Kaleidoscope! Dana!
It doesn't make sense. That's his own account.
Spitty. I can't with you motherfuckers.
Yeah. Like literally it says Mr. Kelly said. Like he said the relationship would have been, he said, like they're quoting, he said.
It came out the horse's mouth.
That's what he said.
The horse said, hey, it's for horses.
And they still deny it, even though even R. Kelly admits it. What are you talking? Why are you doing that?
Right. This is why I have a problem, and they have a problem with us, because we rebut shit and say, but look what happened. I don't understand what you're talking about. And then they get mad. But Mr. Kelly himself said he told her if they married, she had to go home. Now he's lying, because the marriage was not annulled 3 days later.
No.
The marriage was annulled 6 months later.
Yeah. And that's another reason why I got on to talk about this document, because when I heard the document, and then of course I've been able to read it multiple times since, and again I'm looking at it from both a personal lens as well as my background, it very well seems like, and even there's some glimmers of this in the report, R. Kelly is wildly manipulative and is even trying to manipulate this psychologist. Like he's trying to manipulate him to believe like I'm just the one victim of my circumstances, which is accurate, I believe, in some cases. But then also everything that he did is just not that bad.
Right.
Like every way he spent every single story was like, oh, well, I just married Aaliyah because I felt bad for her and she wouldn't go home. So I had to marry her, and then I quickly annulled it. Right. Everything that he does always is hey, it wasn't that bad. I did everything because I have such a big heart.
Right. My heart is so big.
Yeah. It's wildly manipulative. And the clinician sees it. He mentions it. In clinical terms, he makes a couple of references pretty much to say like, this guy's, we can't as a clinician write down this guy's full of crap and I can tell he's lying to me. You just have to write the facts as you see them, but then you write other stuff that kind of suggests, everything he's telling me doesn't make any sense. Everything he tells me doesn't check out, but you just have to do that in the clinical clinical terminology.
Then he says here, Mr. Kelly said he never had sex with Aaliyah.
It's a lie.
Why would she think she was pregnant?
Yeah.
If he never had sex with her? I'm confused.
Yeah. Why would you be afraid that she was in Chicago? he says that earlier in this paragraph. Said something
Right,
that he
because-
was scared or something.
Right.
What were you scared of?
Right. That you boned her. The mother's finding out that you guys are having a relationship, and she's getting upset
Mm-hmm.
because she might have had a relationship with you too, allegedly. So I don't know. I don't know. And then it says, he said the relationship would have been different, progressed to sex if Aaliyah was older.
Get out of here. And literally this psychologist is laying it out pretty much to be like, this is ridiculous. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like, this story doesn't make sense, but this is what he is telling me.
He's telling this story. Then he says, when Aaliyah returned home, she phoned Mr. Kelly. He said they were both crying on the phone. The phone call ended when Aaliyah's parents hung up the phone. That was the last time Mr. Kelly spoke to Aaliyah. Now he goes into Andrea.
Okay, hold on. So then that other dancer that he was with couldn't have been Andrea.
Well, oh no.
You know, it couldn't have been if they're just now talking about Andrea. They wouldn't have talked about her in two different times.
He was 23, she was 21. It says and blank age 19.
No, that's talking about the
His children are now. His children's age. Okay, okay, so Mr. Kelly began dating Andrea Dre, who was 7 years younger. So yeah, no, you're right, because he said he was 19, she was 17 or something like that. He said, what was it? Oh, age 23, and Mr. Kelly dated a 19-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that was another dancer. All right. So Mr. Kelly began dating Andrea Dre, who was 7 years younger, after she auditioned as a dancer for him. She was hired as his choreographer. They began a sexual relationship which developed into a dating relationship. He described feeling more comfortable with her, and it wasn't just sex. He continued to see other women. Blank, blah, blah, blah. He grew close with Dre. And Mr. Kelly stopped seeing other women and asked Dre to marry him. They married in 1996. They had 3 children. Blank age 23, blank age 21, and blank age 19. The marriage ended in divorce. In 2009, guys. It was 2009.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Kelly said the marriage ended because Drea wanted to pursue her career in dancing, which was something they had discussed prior to marriage. Mr. Kelly said Drea had agreed to be a housewife and raise the children prior to their marriage. Mr. Kelly has been estranged from his children for the past several years. He attributes this to the conflict with Drea and subsequent polarization of the children. And the whole thing is redacted. Then it says, he said there was one incident in his relationship history in which he got into it with a partner. This incident involved the girlfriend, blank, who hit him. In response, he grabbed her and pushed her out the door. He said,
can I say something? So again, this means that the clinician asked him, have you ever had any relationships where things got physical?
Physical, right?
And he gives it, and the only thing he brings up is I got hit one time. Right? Which again,
he starts it.
And then if we talk about the other times in this report, the clinician points out spanking, and he points out all these other physical attacks or physical acts of violence. But then when he asks him, hey, have you ever gotten into it? Instead of him saying, well, Yeah, dude. This does happen. He goes, no, I got hit one time. It's ridiculous.
Right. He started out with, she hit me first, so I pushed her
Yeah.
out the door.
Yeah. He's always acted upon. Everybody always makes him do things.
Makes him do things, right.
Yeah.
He said neither person was injured and the police were not involved. Then he says, at the time of this evaluation, Mr. Kelly was engaged to Joy Savage. He met Joy at one of his performances in 2015. Joy was 19 years old at the time, and he won tickets. And had won tickets to sit on stage during one of his performances. They had a sexual relationship which developed into a dating relationship. Mr. Kelly described the relationship as growing closer, and they became engaged 3 years ago. At the time of his arrest in 2019, Mr. Kelly and Joy were living together. Blank was also living at the same residence. Mr. Kelly dated Blank while dating Joy. His relationship with Blank, who he believed to be 18 years old when they met, ended in 2019. Mr. Kelly said Blank had an ID indicating she was 18 years old when they met. Years later, she admitted to Mr. Kelly she was 17 years old.
Oh, there's another thing. That is R.
Years
Kelly.
later.
But also, it's R. Kelly saying out of his mouth, she told me that she was 17.
Right.
So again, people who claim, well, how do we know that they really had that incident in a park? Nobody knows that happened. R. Kelly is saying, she told me she was 17.
Right.
So yes, she did tell him that she was 17. He wasn't left in the dark. He did know because he's saying right here to the clinician, she told me she was 17.
Right. But he said years later.
It did not happen years later.
It only happened a couple of months later.
But see how he's trying to, what he wants to do is, again, get this therapist to believe that he's just been raked over the coals. Everything he's done has been just shy of what everybody says.
Right.
So instead, like, yeah, I found out, but I didn't find out that she was 17 at the time until she was 35. Like,
right. Like, okay, well, I found out she was 17 when she was when Surviving R. Kelly came out.
Yeah, that's when he found out about it just before he got picked up. Just before he got picked up, all of a sudden she just reveals, "Hey, did you know I was 17? Even though we celebrated all these birthdays together, and you have."
Right, but Cheryl Mack was like, "Listen, R. Kelly, her age is blah blah blah. I gotta get her a plane ticket."
Yeah.
I can't. So then he says, in 2019, Mr. Kelly stated that Blank flipped and left, referring to conflict between the three of them after his arrest. And I think that was pretty much, oh no, here we go. Then now he's talking about his sexual history. Mr. Kelly identified his adult sexual interest as heterosexual. Mr. Kelly rated himself a 1. Mr. Kelly, rated himself a 1 on a Kinsey scale. A score of 1 is defined by Kinsey as the overwhelming majority of sexual attraction, desire, fantasy, or activity is with members of the opposite sex. Heterosexual, homosexual experiences are infrequent and largely experimental. So he's saying when he has his sexual desires, he loves to have one-on-one sex, but every once in a while, he'll have sex with the same sex because it's something that just comes out of the blue and he just wants to have it.
And that's, again, it goes right along with the MO that I've been telling you. He does everything, but then he just dials it back. Like, again, but it's not that. You see what I'm saying? He presents all these extreme things, or things that would be seen as extreme. So he always gives it a caveat. Well,
Right.
I do it, but it's only as an experiment. Right?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So that makes it less
He's
valid.
putting a Band-Aid over it. Like,
If you notice, everything he presents, it's always skewed in a, but I didn't mean to, it just happens.
right, it just happens this way.
Yeah, or either it's not
like,
that big of a
he
deal
hit
because
me
I
and
do,
I pushed her out the door. You
yeah,
know.
or it's
Aaliyah
not that
said
big
she
of a
wanted to
deal.
get married, so I married her.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, it's not that big of a deal, you know, because I'm doing this for science.
Oh shit, that is funny. Miss Mo. So now he says, wait, what was I? Okay, Mr. Kelly immersed himself in the church following this experience. Now, whatever experience they highlighted here that they just redacted,
Mm-hmm.
he's saying that after all that happened to him, he immersed himself in the church following this experience. And then he told Drea they were not having sex until marriage. So he held himself back, guys, like a virgin.
Restraint.
Right. And said, we can't have sex, Drea, until we get married because we already had sex. But I need to restrain myself because I'm too horny.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So then he says he met with former sexual partners and told them he found God and was no longer able to see them. For 1 year, he abstained from sex or masturbation. And that's because he got that goddamn libido shot that his ex-lawyer was talking about, that he said he was celibate for that 1 year. And that 1 year was in 2007 or 2008, right? Right.
So, but at the same time, he's presenting this as if he under his own willpower.
Right. He didn't say anything about libido shots. He's saying under his own willpower. That's why I brought up the libido shot. Because it's not really his power. It's the shot that helped him. Now, right. Then he says he began to experience privacy concerns as he noticed that he was being filmed attending he was being filmed attending religious services. Now, do you guys remember when he was in the church and Deion Sanders and the pastors were there and they were holding his chest and they were praying on him and they were like, oh,
yeah,
right? Yeah. Okay, so this is what he's talking about because it was filmed.
Yeah,
it was.
I will say, for what it's worth, I believe that people likely did do that because he was a celebrity going to church, and I do think that that's a disgusting thing to do. Everybody should be able to go to church without having cameras in their face. And without cameras in your face or whatever the case may be. So that is obnoxious on people to be doing that.
I agree with that. I agree. So he so now he says to minimize his public exposure, he was assigned a prayer warrior who met with him in his home. Now, remember this prayer warrior his brother Carrie spoke about. Remember that?
No, he didn't say that was a prayer warrior. That was a preacher. A prayer warrior could be anybody, unless it's the same person. Is it a preacher too?
I think it's the same person.
Okay.
He said to minimize his public exposure, he was assigned a prayer warrior who met with him in his home. The prayer warrior, and the pastor met with Mr. Kelly regularly in his home. So you're right. Over time, Blank came alone to his house.
Hmm.
She ended up jacking me off.
He or
And
she
that's his prayer warrior,
is a man or a woman?
a woman. As he
Okay.
said, overtime blank came alone to his house. Mr. Kelly said he started noticing her red lipstick and was drawn to her. He said she ended up jacking me off, and that's when I started going backwards and fell back into promiscuity.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So
I
she
believe
was out of
that-
nowhere, like praying
Yeah.
on him, over him. Was like, you know what, R. Kelly, I want to suck your dick. Whip it out.
Well, and again, earlier you had such extreme willpower for the year, but then again, once somebody forcefully came in and just made me receive a hand job,
Right.
that just happened unto me, and then once it happened, I was just forced to go out of control again.
Right. Because he
So
couldn't
your
help
willpower is
himself.
good up until that point.
Right. It was good until that point. Exactly. Then then he went back into promiscuity. So now he started getting itchies again.
Mhm.
So now Mr. Kelly acknowledged the following significant social consequences related to his problematic sexual behaviors. Inability to sustain a romantic relationship because of sexual needs not related to the relationship. Inability to maintain a platonic relationship because of his sexual urges. What?
That means
Huh?
that out of his own mouth,
What does that
he
mean?
said,
What does that mean, Mr. Mo?
what he said out of his own mouth is essentially, I cannot be friends with any female or any other person
Because I might want to touch him.
in just a friendship way. He doesn't even, if he is engaging with that female, he
might just touch her.
He wants to have some sort of sexual encounter with her.
Right. So he has problems with having regular friendships.
A platonic friendship of just a male and a female, or
Right.
just hey, we're just literally just friends. He doesn't even know how to have that out of his own mouth.
Out of his own mouth. And estrangement from his children.
Mm-hmm. What would your children have any issue with your sexual? I don't understand how they're related to that.
Remember the divorce decree thing I was reading? Right.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So, Mr. Kelly acknowledges. Oh, I'm sorry. Platonic relationship with regards. Okay, estranged from his children. Now, Mr. Kelly has been diagnosed with herpes, simplex 2, or genital.
Giving him that information again. That had to have come directly from R. Kelly. I have herpes. Had to be said to the clinician for that to be written.
Right. So, Mr. Kelly has been diagnosed with herpes, simplex 2, or genital herpes, which is a medical consequence from sexual activity. So, he identified his sexual problem as interfering with his employment because of the impact of his legal consequences in his career. Now, what was the government trying to prove? That he has what? Problems with taking girls from state to state. And the reason why he's doing this is because of his employment, because he can get girls, right? Right. So he's admitting that right here, I think, right? Am I?
Yeah, he is suggesting that there is this connectivity between his personal life and his
his employment.
Now, mind you, he dialed it back to say it's largely financial, but he did. But by him even saying that, he could have said my income suffered. No,
right.
Suggested there that it impacted his job, meaning that now your personal life and your professional life have merged into one.
Right. So, in other words, the government was right by saying he used his business to lure women. And he is admitting this. He identified his sexual problem as interfering with his employment because of the impact of his legal consequences in his career. Am I, Miss Mo, am I right? Am I wrong? I don't know.
You have a decent argument there.
All right. I just want to make sure I'm good. Okay. Now, then he says, I reviewed with Mr. Kelly the diagnostic criteria, as you were saying, Miss Mo, for each of the paraphilias as outlined in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, the DSM-5 text reversion, right? So we spoke about that earlier. And Mr. Kelly did not report a history of sexual arousal from peeping or secretly observing an unsuspecting person who is undressing, nude, or engaging in sex. So if he watches porn, he doesn't get turned on?
Well, what the clinician is doing there is he's trying to see, does he meet criteria to be seen as a voyeur?
Oh, okay.
Pretty much he's saying, I went through all of the different, which you'll probably see there, is he pretty much went through all of the various criteria for all of the paraphilia diagnoses and pretty much said, do you do this? Okay, then that means you're not this. Do you do that? You see what I'm saying? So that's what he's doing right there.
Okay.
So R. Kelly said no, even though again it doesn't seem accurate because wasn't it Bruce? Wasn't it Bruce that said that he recorded him and what have you? And then he recorded all these other people that had all these videos.
Carrie.
Oh, it was Carrie. Yeah,
It was Carrie. It was Carrie. Yeah. Carrie even stole a video. Now, Mr. Kelly did not report a history of sexual arousal to exposing his genitals to unsuspecting persons. Now, I could have sworn I think his engineer said on the BBC documentary that one time R. Kelly came into the studio, whipped out his dick in his hands, started jerking off, and everybody was looking at him like, okay, and so what are we doing here? There was another time where R. Kelly had the girls in the studio and he's got them butt naked facing the wall and he's feeling on their booties. That's how he got the inspiration for the song. That's why I could never listen to that song again. I can't. I can't.
It totally inappropriate. I didn't know about that pulling out and what have you. That's absolutely vile.
That's in the BBC documentary. Yup.
Can I mention something very quickly? So there's 8 different types of paraphilia, right?
Yes.
The first one is voyeurism. The second one is exhibitionism. So do you see what I'm saying? Now, again, this came up before I knew that before. As soon as you started reading it, I said, no, that's not what he's trying to do, because the DSM said you can be diagnosed with a paraphiliac disorder, but it's different type of categories underneath that same disorder that you can have. So pretty much the doctor went through and said, hey, are you a voyeur? No, I don't get off on that. Hey, do you like to go and, be out in the public and what have you? And then there's sexual masochism, there's sadism, there's pedophilia, there's fetishism, there's transvestite disorder, all these. So the 8 of them. So pretty much the doctor's just presenting to another clinician, hey, I went through every possible diagnosis that I think could be on the table for this person, and they denied it.
Okay.
Just wanted to explain that.
No, yes, thank you, please, thank you. We need everybody to understand this. So now, Mr. Kelly denied a history of sexual arousing from rubbing or touching up against an individual who is unsuspecting or non-consenting. He denied a history of sexual arousal to using, wearing, or collecting special articles of clothing for sexual satisfaction. He did not report sexual arousal to dressing in women's garments. So everything that Miss Mo explained had to do with that section there with voyeurism and other types of paraphiliac diagnosis under that. Now, Mr. Kelly identified his sexual interest in post-pubescent individuals. Now, he's saying here that R. Kelly admitted
Yeah.
to having
Yes.
sexual interest in teenage girls.
Yes.
Teenagers are the post-pubescent. I looked this up. Has to do with girls from the ages of 13 to 17.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All that means is after the female has started
Fully
menstruating.
developed, has developed in their breast,
Yeah,
has
started
pubic
or
hair
start.
and
It doesn't mean fully developed. It means started menstruation.
started menstruation. There you
So
go, mommy.
you might not be fully. Mm-hmm.
That's there you go. Then you started menstruation because I was reading it. Yes, menstruation. Then it says he described his preferred body type as curvy and in shape. He denied a history of sexual urges and fantasies to have sex with children who had not reached puberty. So, in other words, he doesn't have fantasies about children 12 years and under. He reported that he has never engaged in sexual behavior with a prepubescent individual. Okay. So, Mr. Kelly did not report a history of sexual arousal regarding harming someone or dominating or humiliating a non-consenting sexual partner. Now, that's not true because the video that was presented in court showed that he got off on humiliating and dominating Dominique, nephew, and Haley.
But Diva. So you're leaving out a piece of it though. Now
What?
this is specific because again, this is what the DSM talks about. But if you notice, this psychologist keeps saying non-consenting. That is where. So R. Kelly, he
Right.
does it with the people that are with him, and they do engage with it with him. So what he could be saying is like, no, if they're not into it, or if they don't at least let me do it, I'm not cool with doing it. Does that make sense? Non-consenting is the caveat there that he could be using because he's like, well, no, I want my people to consent to it, but I'm going to humiliate them. And that's another part of the DSM that we talk about that is a problem because the
Right,
consent
that's
piece
like
in
the
that
girls.
doesn't matter. You're still abusing people.
Right, that's like the girls smearing feces on their face. That's a humiliating, non-consenting sexual partner right there.
But he's saying
He's not consenting to that.
But
He's
he's saying,
forcing him.
but R.
Forcing him.
Kelly is saying they're cool with it. They let
Right.
me do it. They're not. I don't have to force them to do it. That's the thing. Like so, a lot of the DSM typically, when it comes to sexual disorders, is focused more so, with all due respect, trying people that are forcefully doing things onto people. If you're doing it in a forceful way, and that's if the force is not involved, then you're not aroused. That's where they say it's a problem. But
Right.
the psychologists now are saying, actually, that isn't always as much of a factor. It still can be an inappropriate or a disorder.
Acting,
So,
right.
but we just haven't gotten there yet.
Right. Okay. Then he says he did report sexual arousal from role playing, including domination and humiliation with consenting partners.
Do you see
This
but also,
role-playing-
do you see how again he's twisting it?
Yes,
To
ma'am.
go, well, I'm not into that, but I'll role play it, I'll experiment with it.
Right.
It's not. It's not.
Right. But
Everything
then
he does,
there's
he dials it
videos
back.
of him and
They're
the
doing
girls testifying that
Mhm.
these are punishments.
Yes, exactly. But he's presenting everything as like, again, in these extreme circumstances, I do it, but it's only for, it's only just the experiment. It's only to play around. I'm not really,
I'm just
really
having
into it.
fun. That's
Yeah.
all.
I'm not really into it.
Right.
I'm just pretending.
Right. Then he says this role playing included sexual partners calling him daddy, sexual partners. Dialogue which included derogatory terms such as nigger, dumbass, stupid, and goofy, and scat porn, or the use of excitement in sexual play.
Mm.
He said blank, one of his sexual partners, showed him two white girls eating doo-doo. It grossed me out at first and then turned me on. He said blank made a video called Scat Sex. She did it for me. We've also done spanking. It's a turn on. Mr. Kelly said he never asked anyone to call him daddy. He stated, to me, that's cheating. Like, I never call myself the R&B king. People call me that. I'm not the first man to be called daddy by women. Some guys here at the MDC call me pops, uncle. It's a hood
Not the
thing.
same. It's not the same.
Daddy is a hood thing? No, daddy is a sexual thing.
Well, what he's trying to do is say it's no different than any other name that people call. You know, like any no,
Right.
there are connotations there.
It's a hood thing. It's it's a term of endearment.
He's ridiculous.
Right. So he did not report a history of sexual arousal from being the object of domination or humiliation. He is not sexually aroused from using physical force or verbal threats to have sex with the woman, man, or child against their will. Mr. Kelly said it was a turn off to make a woman do something, but it was a turn on when a woman wanted to do something to please him.
Which aligns with what people said, is that he'll keep doing it until you present as if you're wanting it and that you're engaged in it. So pretty much he does like that as far as when he goes back to look at it or whatever, but he will do what it takes. He will force you to pretend to be that way because it's so that's what he wants. That's the only thing that will be arousing to him when he goes back to watch the tapes.
Right. You're absolutely
right.
But this is coming from the horse's mouth.
Yeah.
But yet everybody's lying. I just can't.
He corroborated
he's lying too. He's denying a lot of shit too. He's telling half truths and spinning narratives, and he's a R. Kelly fan.
Mm-hmm.
So Mr. Kelly described a history of consensual videotaping sexual acts dating to his relationship with blank in his early 20s. He was sexually aroused to filming and watching the videos. Over time, Mr. Kelly said he continued to videotape sexual acts because he loved it, but also because he did not want any woman to say he raped them or forced them to engage in sex. Mr. Kelly said he routinely kept such videos in a safe in his room in the event that a woman would lie about the consenting nature of their relationship. I cannot.
So it wasn't blackmail. It was just in case they wanted to lie about it.
Just in case.
Yeah, not blackmail at all.
I got collateral. Right. So diagnostic impression, which is other specified paraphilic disorder in a controlled environment. So now we're talking about him being in prison, right? So
no, I'm sorry. Are you seeing this? This is exactly what I just talked about. The diagnostic impression. This is another part that I'm trying to explain to people.
Mm-hmm.
So when they say, well, he wasn't diagnosed with, whatever.
Pedophilia.
But this is what you call it when what I talked about, when you're like,
paraphiliac.
Hey, no, I'm talking about the diagnostic impression part.
Oh, the DSM.
When I can't give you a diagnosis flat out and say, yes, you have that.
Oh
The
yeah, you were saying
diagnosis-
about the impression. Okay,
Yeah,
yes.
the diagnostic impression is
Right,
where
this-
you're saying, this is what I think I'm gonna diagnose him with at a minimum if I keep meeting with this person.
Right.
That is what that's saying. So again, this is a clinician saying he's pretty daggone close to this, if not. You see what I'm saying? I
Right.
can't give you a
This
flat
is
out
my
diagnosis.
impression. Right.
This is what I think he has.
Right. Right. She did speak about this earlier, guys. If you want, you can rewind and she'll explain the whole thing. So now the diagnosis of other specified paraphiliac disorder is used to refer to Mr. Kelly's history of hypersexual behavior lasting greater than a 6-month period of time with resultant clinically significant distress and impairment in social and occupational functioning. So the diagnostic criteria as outlined in the DSM-5 for this category applies to presentations in which symptoms characteristic of a paraphiliac disorder, such as hypersexuality, that cause clinically significant distress or impairment in social, occupational, or other important areas of functioning predominant, but do not meet the full criteria for any of disorders in the paraphiliac disorder diagnostic classes. So Mr. Kelly meets the diagnostic criteria for other specified paraphiliac disorder as evidenced by the following. So in other words, all this evidence that they're about to lay out right now is the criterias and evidence that specifies to R. Kelly's hypersexuality diagnosis.
These are all of the things
Right?
as well that yes. So the doctor here is saying, look, remember when I talked about that not otherwise specified?
Yeah.
Other specified, this is the same exact thing, not otherwise specified, right?
Right.
So what he's saying is he has some sort of paraphilic, pretty much means sexual. So
Right.
he has some sort of sexual disorder, but I don't know, like there's not a specific name for it, if that makes sense. So there's no voyeurism, there's no pedophilia.
Right.
Like we don't have a word for it in our society right now, but he has a sexual disorder. And now I'm going to break down to you every single thing that he told me that confirms that yes, he has a problem that's more than just, hey, it's not that big of a deal. Like this,
Right.
and also up above where it's talking about, that's the biggest part of having a diagnosis. You're not going to have a diagnosis, even if the situation is bad or your circumstances are bad, unless it has to impact your life, either socially, financially, personally. Like it has to have a life impact,
A real impact,
or work,
right.
or something like that. So that's what he's saying. And now he's going to break down, here's all the things that he told me that were significant enough that I feel he needs a diagnosis.
Okay. So now he says, number one, Mr. Kelly described the history of hypersexuality. Although not uniformly defined, as you said, Ms. Moe, hypersexuality has been described as a pattern of recurrent, intense, and excessive preoccupation with sexual fantasies, urges, and behaviors that individuals struggle to control. 2, now they said other stuff, but they redacted it. 2, Mr. Kelly experienced significant personal distress related to his sexual drive. And then he explained something in there, but we can't see that. Then Mr. Kelly's, number 3, hypersexual behavior has resulted in impairment in social and occupational functioning. The specifier in a controlled environment is applicable to Mr. Kelly because he has not met criteria for this disorder for at least 6 months while housed in a correctional setting. I consider the diagnosis of pedophilia given Mr. Kelly's alleged history of sexual contact with minors. The diagnosis of pedophilia is used to refer to individuals who experience recurrent, intense, sexually arousing fantasies or sexual urges involving sexual activity with a prepubescent child or children, generally age 13 years or younger. So I rejected the diagnosis because Mr. Kelly does not report a history of sexual arousal to prepubescent individuals, and his sexual behavior has never involved prepubescent individuals. So they're letting you know here, as we know, he doesn't like kids who are under 13 years of older, 13 years or younger. Doesn't like little children. He likes teenagers. And he admitted that.
Yeah.
So I considered the diagnosis of sexual sadism, given the government's claim that Mr. Kelly's sexual behavior includes sadistic content. The diagnosis of sexual sadism requires the presence of recurrent and intense sexual arousal from the physical or psychological suffering or another person as manifested by fantasies, urges, or behavior. I rejected the diagnosis of sexual sadism because Mr. Kelly does not report a history of sexual arousal from the physical or psychological suffering of another. That's a lie. None of Mr. Kelly's sexual behaviors include sexual gratification from the physical or psychological suffering of a sexual partner. In addition to the focus of this report, the following additional diagnoses are made. All right, and they talk about the learning disability, panic disorder, PTSD, social anxiety. And that was the end of that. I wasn't going to read all of that other stuff. So that is the end of that. So what do you think of those last little paragraphs there, Miss Mo? And then you can take me out with that and we're going to leave.
For sure. I think that no one should be touting anything in this report if they call themselves an R. Kelly supporter, because what you essentially are doing is saying, I am celebrating that he was not deemed to be a pedophile, but he was deemed to have a raging sexual disorder that is so complex that we don't even have a name for it in our society.
Wepa!
So this is nothing at all for you to be celebrating. I would personally, I would not. It is also very sad. I just want to take it back there with the empathy that I had. It's very sad to see and to hear the true condition of this person, because it is clear that he's extremely ill, ill to his own account. And then again, also extremely manipulative. And then to hear his circumstances as well. It was just a powder keg situation waiting to happen. But at that same time, I mean, with the salacious details, and not to even include the huge amounts of things that were redacted in their entirety, which disturb you even more, quite frankly, to think of what those things could be, because the things that have been presented are extremely damning, as I have said many times tonight. So if anyone has been looking at this document as anything other than a very scathing report regarding the mental health of someone who is quite frankly amongst the most depraved in our society, such that we don't even have the language to describe this level of extreme behavior, it really stands to reason that you are just intentionally overlooking the facts. And also, and then I'll go, I hope that I explained what I could. Of course,
you did great, my love. You know I'm not a taran, so I understood, and I'm pretty sure all the ladies in the chat understood. I don't know about the ones in the back, but
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
hopefully, if nothing else, hopefully people now, and it's even something I hope that Mr. Levi and other people will also consider, because it's I really just want people to understand processes better, understand what it's actually doing, understand better when you're reading this legalese that is written down, what does it truly mean?
Right.
To people who understand how they're speaking and what these things mean. So hopefully we can all understand how this process works a lot better, and that you could truly understand and interpret what you're reading. So I appreciate you letting me come up. I really,
Yes,
really
ma'am.
do.
And I appreciate you coming, Miss Mo, because your knowledge is beautiful, and
Yeah.
we love you. We
Yeah.
love that
I
you
love
can
y'all
sit
too.
here and analyze this shit in a different sense, because we have people who understand the law sense, but we don't have someone to break down the psychological sense. So thank you
Absolutely.
so much for coming up here and helping me out with breaking that down. I love you and I appreciate you, sweetheart.
All righty. You take care.
Yes, mommy. Bye, baby. All right, guys. That was great. So I hope everyone enjoyed that live. I hope you got a lot out of that. We have been live for about 5.5 hours. Please make sure, guys, to hit that like button. Thank you for everyone for stopping by, and everyone who sent me a Cash App. I love you guys. Thank you. And for those who sent me super chats, thank you as well, guys. And don't forget to hit that like button on your way out, okay? And for those on the replay, please leave your comments below in the comment section. I would like to hear your thoughts about this. And don't forget to hit that like button. And your girl Diva Divine Light is out. Peace.
You are watching Diva Divine Light.
You can fuck with me if these red bottoms, these bloody shoes. Hit the scoop, I can get them both. I don't want to choose, and I'm quick. Cut every nigga off, so don't get comfortable. Look, I don't dance now, I make money move. Now I gotta dance, I make money move. If I see you now, that means I don't fuck with you. I'm a boss, you a worker, bitch. I make bloody move. Now she say, gon' do what a hoop. Let's find out if we Cardi B. You know where I'm at, you know where I be. Just a party, I'm there, I can play.